prior to the midterm elections in 2018, and I was exposing Keith Ellison and I was exposing Ilhan Omar when nobody knew who she was, and Rashida Tlaib, because I was investigating jihadist candidates across the country. Because, you know, we have a problem in this country with Islamic infiltration into our governments, and now we have the Muslim Brotherhood trying to subvert and corrupt our political institutions, and that's how we ended up with people like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib in Congress. And so I was in Minnesota. I chased down Keith Ellison with the assault records. I showed up to Ilhan Omar's event and Rashida Tlaib. Rashida Tlaib assaulted me. You can see in the video there. And I was asking her all the questions that everybody then called a conspiracy, but they now know is real. Ilhan, why did you marry your brother? Ilhan, why do you hate the Jews? Will you condemn Hamas? Why are you supporting ISIS? Why are you campaigning with CARE, terrorist organization? And they called me a white supremacist in the paper, and conservatives said there's no way that this candidate for Congress married her brother. Oh, Laura Loomer's anti-Muslim. And now everybody is basically just taking credit for my work years later and not speaking out for me, despite the fact that I was completely deplatformed for this.
If anybody deserves to go to Congress, I mean, I know you're for real. I've seen you for years at work. It would be beautiful with you in Congress. You could call speakers, because how many times have you and I and Owen been in the back while they're talking about us, and we're looking at each other while they're talking about us on the stage?
But that's my point is, and this is what's so sad, and this is why people have to take action, folks. You have to stare this beast in the eye. In the jaws of defeat, you have to steal victory, because
look at those Islamic women that literally say they hate America, and they're laughing at us.
Again, I resonate with Laura here, because I have to do it too. Look at this. Laura goes into this event.
She's surrounded.
Solo. She's solo. Alex, how many times do you lecture me about how I go to events solo? You get pissed because I'm there all alone. We don't have backup. Republicans don't promote our events. Republicans don't send people out in masses. The liberals and the left are fully coordinated and activated. That's why a conservative has an event, 100 liberals show up to Bullhorn it and shout it down and cause chaos and violence. Republicans don't organize. They don't activate, because the Republican Party doesn't want change. That's why they were anti-Trump, and that's why it's almost impossible for real grassroots Republicans to get.
But here's the difference. Laura's running. You're taking it. We're going to win.
No,
that's what I'm telling listeners, folks. I'm not like getting a slice of the money she gets. She's spending it all. They almost destroyed her. Give her money. Give us money. Promote us. I know you are. I'm not bitching at you. I'm just saying, people, we're totally committed. Did you see Kamala Harris say in that statement that once she's president, Biden will step down and that she's going to wage war against Trump supporters and destroy us? I mean, this is getting crazy.
She already has, though, Alex. When I worked for Rebel Media for a little while, when I left Project Veritas, I did an expose about a Trump supporter who Kamala Harris targeted, and he was innocent. He's an innocent Jewish gay Trump supporter who posted some comments about Islam on Facebook. And obviously, as a gay man and a Jew, he's not going to really like what's in the Quran, as it calls for the killing of homosexuals and the killing of Jews and Christians. And Kamala Harris and her office, they accused him of trying to plot a Columbine-style attack at the Islamic Center, when in reality, the crimes that they were accusing him of and the phone calls and the harassing messages that they were accusing him of were those of the son of a Democrat judge in Los Angeles.
Well, that's what they do. They false flag everybody.
Wait, I was going to say, Laura, do you remember what was that date when they said that, when they framed that guy? Do you remember what the date of that?
I don't remember the exact date.
I remember it.
Well, here's why. Because when you learn how these people operate, you start to put the puzzle pieces together. I believe Kamala Harris was chosen as the Democrat nominee actually in 2017 when she went to the Hamptons, got Hillary's campaign team, met with.
Oh, it's on record that the head censor at Twitter worked for her.
Exactly, and now her former campaign manager is the censor guy at Twitter. But also, see, I'm so glad you brought this up, Laura, because here's what they do: they run stunts to get accepted by the Democrat Party. That was probably Kamala Harris's stunt. Hey, frame this guy for a hate crime against Islam, and you can be the next presidential nominee.
Well, that's it. They got a Jussie Smollett to prove themselves.
But again, it failed. It was a Jussie Smollett fail. So they tried to frame this guy for a terror attack, totally failed. Media covered it up.
Exactly. All right. Laura, you got the floor here. What else do you want to impart? What are we going to cover next hour? Roger wants to handicap the election. It's indescribable how this is game time. Laura Loomer.
Well, look, we are in a war, right? We are in a war for the survival of America. And at this point in time, in this election, forget about Republicans versus Democrats. It's patriots versus communist. That's what this election is about. And you're either an American patriot and you're going to vote Republican, or you're going to side with the Democrats, who are now, as I like to call them, full-blown communists. Their policy calling for defunding the police. Okay, you have Democrat members of Congress who are trying to pass legislation to jail people if they create memes that make fun of Democrats. That was something proposed by Frederica Wilson here in Florida. You have absurd concepts like the Green New Deal. You have people like Ilhan Omar in Minnesota calling for Muslim community patrol, and how's that going to work out, right?
But see, it's worse than you say. She said, abolish the police and then build something new and beautiful.
Something new and beautiful, like all those Somali migrants in Minneapolis patrolling the towns themselves as Sharia cops, something that has already been reported as taking place in Minnesota, and something that has been seen in New York. I remember when I broke that story about the Muslim patrol cars in New York City, and I came on your show to talk about it, and then everybody was freaking out because they got caught. They got caught with their Muslim patrol cars.
Well, Laura, I'll be honest. I used to have you on 5-6 years ago during the Trump campaign, and others on. And Glenn Beck's usually way behind the curve, but he was ahead of this. Him 10 years ago. Sharia law, they take over, and I'm like, okay, it's not that bad. And then I see Call to Prayer in Austin and liberals saying we must do what Muslims say. And then I go to the mall and like half the stores show hijabs and all women should wear hijabs. Let me ask you this question. Why are the leftist elites, like when you said they throw gays off buildings, why are they so in love with Islam? What the hell is going on?
Yeah, well, the takedown of our country right now, it's an alliance, right? It's an axis called the Red-Green Axis, or the Red-Green Alliance, Alex. And what the Red-Green Alliance is it's this alliance between Islamists and Marxists, okay, Marxist jihadists. So what you're seeing take place in Minneapolis, which was the ground zero location for all of these riots that took place after the death of George Floyd, that was a Marxist jihadist insurrection taking place that spurred what we're now seeing is total lawlessness and anarchy. And ultimately what these people are trying to accomplish is a coup of a duly elected president. And so they work together to supplement each other's interests. But at the end of the day, you're absolutely right? The Islamists are not going to, when they get what they want, if they succeed in overthrowing our country, these Marxist jihadists, and they succeed in destroying our Constitution and our American values and implementing Sharia law, they're not going to live in peace with the leftists. No, the leftist idea and the leftist values and the things that they like to talk about, they like to talk about, let's just take an example. Okay, feminism, right? Do you think that women are treated well under Islam? Do you think that that there's anything feminist about Islam, where women are less than men, and if a woman is raped, she has to have 4 witnesses or else she's stoned to death? Right? I don't really see how that's liberal. What about tossing homosexuals off roofs and killing gay people? It's awful. And this is what I don't understand. And this is something that I try to expose with my investigative journalism, is just the absolute hypocrisy and how these values are completely incompatible with our United States Constitution. We cannot allow for Sharia law to happen and to take place in America. And it is. It's now brewing in the halls of Congress with people like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib.
Well, I totally agree. And again, I'll just be honest. I've studied the Middle East. I've studied world history. I know the players. But the wildest Middle East psychology transplanted here and accepted by Democrats and in Europe, to see the left ally itself with the worst elements of Islam, it's beyond being cucked. Yeah, but it's a suicidal, weird sickness.
No. Let's be clear what this is, though, Alex. It's not even. It's the globalists, it's the UN, and it's really just the Chinese foot soldiers, and they're all allied right now against the evil
there's almost 2 billion Muslims.
But people need to understand, all the black people fighting for this globalism thing that the Democrats,
there's 2 million Muslims, and they want to enslave us. We're going to what the hell?
My point is,
we're going to kill us.
It won't even matter. We'll never reach a point. We'll never.
They say they're going to annihilate us, and then we just sit here?
We'll never reach a point where the left has to face off against Islamic ideology or anything.
No, they'll make a deal and sell us out.
We'll never, but it won't even get to that. These are all the willing foot soldiers of the Chinese. The Chinese,
yeah, exactly.
Here.
And the Chi-Coms are playing all this, like waiting for us to kill each other.
Because black people are in concentration camps in China, Muslims are in concentration camps in China. They're going to do the same thing to you here. So that's all this is. All these people are just the foot soldiers of China.
Idiot pawns. I agree. That's a great. I'm glad Owen brought that up. China, in your view, your worldview, Laura Limmer in Congress, your view on China. We're going to go to break. Bring you back with Roger Stone. Laura, your view on China.
China is a huge threat. And, you know, you just brought something up, Owen, that I want to touch on, right? When you look at the reason why I was banned for being accused of being anti-Muslim, okay? But I have actually been one of the biggest advocates for the Muslim Uyghurs who are being put in the concentration camps by the Chinese, and they are being used as slave laborers for these very same big tech companies that are doing their manufacturing, who are accusing us of being bigots. I'm sorry, Alex, but nothing that you and I or Milo or Gavin McGinnis or Tommy
we're
Robbins,
not putting 2 million people in death camps or whatever.
Right. We're not putting people in death camps, right? But these companies are, but somehow we're the hateful people, right? I don't know, you know, who needs a history lesson or who needs a semantics lesson over here, but, you know, calling somebody anti-Jewish isn't anti-Muslim. And if speaking up for discrimination against Jews is anti-Muslim, then we've got a big problem.
Well, that's it. We don't, as Christians or Jews or Americans, don't want to be targeted for destruction. We don't want the Chi-Coms to put 2.5, 3 million Muslims in slave camps and kill 600 a day, they think. We're against that too. Because exactly, we're against Islam's oppression and corruption. They make them worship the Muslims now, Xi Jinping, and we're against worshiping Xi Jinping. We're not going to worship Muslims. We're not going to worship Xi Jinping. We are a liberal, open society, but that term means nothing. Conservatism is called liberalism now, folks. We're conserving classical liberalism. The left is getting rid of it. Laura Loomer, Owen Schroyer.
Yeah, and where's Ilhan Omar on this? You know, I find it really interesting how the left, they're so hypocritical, right? They hijacked our news cycles. They accused President Trump of trying to have a Muslim ban, when in reality, he was just trying to restrict immigration from countries that had high levels of Islamic terrorism. But where is Ilhan Omar, and where are all these Democrats who accuse President Trump of being anti-Muslim? Are they going to go to China? Are they going to go to these death camps and rescue all of those Uyghurs who are being oppressed by all of these big tech social media?
If anything, they're blackmailed by China, Laura. If you knew about Ilhan Omar's activity before the media, believe me, the Chinese knew about it.
The NBA won't even say anything.
Ilhan Omar is blackmailed from head to toe, okay? This woman married her brother. She's laundering campaign money to her new husband that she cheated on her brother husband with. She's literally just a blackmailed candidate. That's all it is. She'll never speak up for Muslims.
No, I agree. I totally agree. So what do we do, Laura? This hypocrisy where the NBA says America sucks, the average player's paid $12 million, and then they won't say a word about China. It pisses me off. What do we do?
We need to burn it all down, Alex. We need to burn it all down. You know, enough of conservatives sitting on the sidelines and accepting this abuse and this hypocrisy and these double standards, okay? Conservatives need to play by the same rules as the Democrats. They need to use the same type of Alinsky tactics to fight back and defeat these communists, okay? And I'm not calling for violence at all, but there's nothing wrong with a little bit of civil disobedience, Alex. Peaceful civil disobedience to prove a point and to break these double standards.
Laura, I totally agree. So tell me what you think we should do, because Saturday, I'm going to go down where they've taken the giant city park. It's like 300 square miles, 100,000 acres, and they've just closed it for COVID.
Earth is closed.
So we're going to go down. We're going to swim. I don't care if I get arrested. That's one way, but there's more aggressive things to do. What do we do, Laura?
Well, you got to protest, and you got to get a lot of people to come with you. The people need to rise up and take a stand. It's what our founders would have wanted, and
that's what the enemy pays attention to. Is you raising 1,200,000, which sounds like a lot. It's not. You are the front runner. That's big. People showing up this Saturday at the Hill of Life in Austin. You're damn right. It takes action. It takes people power.
You got to get people who are going to support people who they think that they can silence. And when you rise up like a phoenix from the ashes, and you show them that their bully tactics and their silencing, their efforts to silence us aren't going to work, they get scared. They get scared. So that's why, people need to support you and your protest. That's why people need to go to LauraLoomerForCongress.com and donate to my campaign so that we can fight back.
And by the way, Laura, that's not some negative or you give something up. It's a pleasure to give to your campaign. I've given $2,000. I'll give more when you win the primary. It's an honor to be part of history. I mean, every viewer, and I thank the viewers. I'm not bitching. I'm not saying they should do more. I thank them for buying our products, keeping us on air. But, man, I tell you, I just smell victory on Laura Loomer. We need to get her in. Owen?
Well, here's what I think is so key about 2020, and this is another reason why the Democrats are running so much foul play right now. If you get, because there's, I would say right now, and we'll see what happens after all the primaries. But
you
right
say
now,
foul play, they're just cheating on every level.
Yeah, every level. From media and lies and censorship and rigged balloting and everything. Laura Loomer is one of what I would measure about 30 real, true American patriots that are running for Congress right now. And she probably is the most hardcore, most active, and she has a pedigree, so you've heard of her, and we get her on the air. And we here at InfoWars are trying to get all these people on air, and trust me, they're fighting an uphill battle against the Republican Party.
And the enemy fears her. That's a big plus.
So the point is, if we get one of these individuals in with Laura, for example, if you get Laura in, that's big.
No, I agree. Stop. They're like arrows in our quiver.
Yeah.
We get 3 or 4 in, it's death.
If you get 10 in, it's the whole game changer.
Yeah, like we're shooting arrows at the dragon.
And guess what? And then they'll come and they'll say, oh, like, Nadler will gavel Loomer down. And then the other guy comes out and he says, wait a second, you can't say that. And then Nadler gavels him. And then another guy from up here says, you can't. And then finally we have some pushback in Congress and it will just expose the lies.
Why don't we get a bunch of patriot women, men elected like Laura Loomer to counter Ilhan Omar? What will you, we're going to go to break here and get Roger Stone on with you, but what would you do in the halls of Congress with Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and AOC? My God, because you're like, you're as smart as any man I know, as smart as any woman I know. You're a smart person. You would annihilate these bobbleheads.
Yeah, look, it's already on video. Look what I've already done. I've already taken on AOC. I've already Loomered AOC, Ilhan Omar, and Rashida Tlaib. So, look, when I'm in Congress, they won't be able to ignore me. I'll just have greater access to them in the members' elevator every single day.
They will crap themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be able to sit back and enjoy the media, not asking them hard questions and their colleagues just turning a blind eye to their corruption. I will hold their feet to the fire. And I have a record.
God, I want to just get you elected for the fireworks. Can you imagine?
No, Alex, they got their little goon squad in with Ilhan Omar and AOC, and look at how far left that's driven the party. Again, imagine if a Republican had an American conservative patriotic squad.
I agree. Let's go back to Laura. So what'll happen? You get in there. I'm like literally begging for this. What's going to happen?
Well, like you said, it's going to be fireworks. We're going to make C-SPAN great again, baby. So, it's going to be like a pay-per-view television on in the halls of Congress every day because they are not used to being held accountable. There is no accountability in Congress. Okay, it's all a bunch of talking points and people being angry on Fox News
and that Humpty Dumpty guy talking over you.
Hold anybody accountable. They impeached freshman congresswoman impeached the president of the United States. Okay, you can impeach a member of Congress. Why hasn't any member of Congress in the Republican Party filed papers to censure Ilhan Omar or to censure Rashida Tlaib or to censure AOC? Why hasn't it happened?
Because we know the Republican Party is part of the problem. We have to overturn the Republican Party, reform the Republican Party, and getting Laura Loomer and people like that in is...
I agree. I want to thank the incredible viewers and listeners that are the cream of the crop tuning in tonight. Share the live links on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Private message, word of mouth, email now. The rebellion is live. The enemy doesn't want this show seen. Share the links now. Stop Civil War II emergency broadcast. And we're going to get Roger Stone's take on this and then Robert Barnes' take on this constitutional lawyer with Laura Loomer and Owen Schroyer. I'm Alex Jones coming up. But first, let's go ahead and get to this special report. And we will be right back on the other side. Stay with us.
Should we limit the protesting?
I'm not sure what you mean. How do we say limit the protesting?
Should government limit the protesting?
I don't think that's relevant to...
Well, you just said if it increases the spread of the virus. I'm just asking, should we limit it?
Well, I'm not in a position to determine what the government can do in a forceful way.
I remember 6, 7 months ago when all this started and the UN said, life will never go back to normal. You'll never shake hands anymore. You'll have to wear a mask everywhere you go. You'll have to get monthly inoculations. COVID-19 is so incredibly deadly. It'll be 2 years till you get it. And of course, we knew they were just trying to make us beg for it. And then, oh, it got made quicker than they thought. It'll be here by November. Oh, but it's not going to actually work. You've got to take lots of them to ever be able to go out and have a job or live again. And it's all based on lies that we'd have 100 million people dead by now. 2.5 million of those here in the U.S. We're supposed to all just forget that they said 15-day lockdown because the hospitals would be so full. And all of it was a formulae that they came up with. Fauci in 2017 said Trump will be faced by a novel virus. It will challenge everything soon. It's coming.
Given, as you heard from the introduction, that I have been around for a while and have had the opportunity and the privilege and the pleasure of serving in 5 administrations, I thought I would bring that perspective to the topic today, is the issue of pandemic preparedness. And if there's one message that I want to leave with you today, based on my experience, and you'll see that in a moment, is that there is no question that there will be a challenge to the coming administration in the arena of infectious diseases, both chronic infectious diseases in the sense of already ongoing disease, and we have certainly a large burden of that, but also there will be a surprise outbreak. And I hope by the end of my relatively short presentation, you will understand why history, the history of the last 32 years that I've been the director of NIAID, will tell the next administration that there's no doubt in anyone's mind that they will be faced with the challenges that their predecessors were faced with.
We have to put in place an infrastructure, not just here at home, but globally, that allows us to see it quickly, isolate it quickly, respond to it quickly.
If we start now, we can be ready for the next epidemic.
And doctors know it's a fraud. And nurses, they go public. And then the media attacks them or censors them. And then when there's drugs that do treat real viral and pneumonias that are always out there, always causing a problem, Fauci has come out officially and said that, oh, the vaccine only is going to have a 50% efficacy, as if he knows that. Of course, it's not going to work. It's just made up. You can't have a vaccine for the common cold. There's thousands of varieties every year of it. It's just a total lie. Like the flu, they admit fine print. Gates even says, okay, the flu shots never really worked. I've got clips of him saying that this year. I thought it was safe and effective. They've never guessed the right flu mutation. There's thousands of flus. It's a fact there are thousands of human papillomaviruses that can give you cancer. And it's all lockstep, whether it's the UN or CNN or Fauci. They all have editorial articles out this week saying, just like you learn to wear seatbelts, masks are voluntary for now, but they'll soon be forced to live, including in your house.
There's a little-known fact about some of the most common drugs Americans take, from antibiotics to heart medicine to antidepressants. 80% of the key ingredients used to make them come from overseas, mainly from China.
I've heard the term middlemen for a long time. They are so wealthy. They are so wealthy. Nobody has any idea who the hell they are, what they do. They make more money than the drug companies. You know, in all fairness, at least the drug companies have to produce a product, and it has to be a good product. But the middlemen, well, the rebate that I'm doing cuts out the middlemen and it reduces costs, and the money goes back to the people purchasing the drugs. So I have a lot of enemies out there. This may be the last time you'll see me for a while.
President Trump came out and said there are a lot of powerful people because I'm moving pharmaceutical manufacturing back to the U.S. Over 90% of our manufacturing is done overseas, most of it in China. He said, I'm bringing it back. And he said, a lot of people are powerful and they want to get rid of me, so may not see me for a while. A lot of powerful people are angry.
He's like a child who can't believe this has happened to him. All his whining and self-pity. Well, this pandemic didn't happen to him. It happened to all of us.
Eastman Kodak reportedly has signed a deal with the U.S. government to produce pharmaceutical ingredients in the U.S. The news sent Kodak shares up fourfold in early trading. The Wall Street Journal reports Kodak was awarded a $765 million loan under the Defense Production Act to speed up domestic production of drugs and lessen America's reliance on foreign sources like China and India. That's the same act President Donald Trump invoked to aid companies building ventilators.
Huge manufacturing footprint, 1,200 acres, 16 million square feet of manufacturing, 88 manufacturing reactors, a wastewater treatment facility. They're ready to go with specialty chemicals, which aren't for film, which aren't that different than the key starting materials, KSMs, that we get from China for pharmaceuticals. Do it here, bring it back here, and that's what this is about.
You got it. That's exactly what it's about. So we did, and so about 2 months ago, I was in Air Force One with the president. He signed an executive order to allow my agency, DFC, to invest in the United States. And it's to invest in the United States to reshore critical industries, things that we need if there's ever going to be another pandemic, so that we're not caught in the same place.
So he's telling you, we got one shot to save the country. They may kill me. Then I've got a stack of news here where they're saying we're going to kill him, we're going to remove him, we're going to use the military on him, and if the cabinet doesn't go along with it, we're going to put them in prison.
He survives this impeachment inquiry and doesn't get removed from office, which I predict he will, meaning he'll get removed from office. Absolutely believe that'll happen by March.
Here's the Washington Post. Trump could lose and not leave, but cabinet members who try to help could face prison. So they're saying he's illegitimate, just like they said. And if he fights the election, if he says we tried to steal it, or if there's a challenged election, which all the experts are saying is going to happen again, if he challenges, the Democrats challenging, he'll be removed by the military. What did Biden say?
I promise you, I'm absolutely convinced they will escort him from the White House with great dispatch.
Said the same thing. Biden absolutely convinced military would escort Trump from the White House. Here's Pelosi. Says Trump will be fumigated out if he refuses to leave after White House loss. One way or another, he's gone. All right, we're live.
Raw and unfiltered. It's the Alex Jones Show.
And the man given clemency by the president just a month ago, Roger Stone, is with us for the next 30 minutes or so. Laura Loomer, running for Congress right there in the Mar-a-Lago district, is here. Constitutional lawyer Robert Barnes is with us next hour. The big move is to say they're going to contest the election. They're going to try to have states secede. This is mainstream news now. Roger Stone joins us to cover the latest developments, the 2020 election. They wanted him in prison for getting Trump to run or being part of it. They wanted him in prison so he couldn't advise right now, but he's back in the game with 81 days out. Roger Stone, we thank you, my friend. You're also helping Laura Loomer in her congressional campaign. You've got the floor. Give us the most important political news right now, what Americans can do to make sure we keep this great president in attack formation.
Well, first of all, I must tell you, Alex, I love the idea of Laura Loomer being the president's congresswoman, his representative in the U.S. Congress. As you know, the president has formally changed his legal residence from a high tax state, New York State, which is literally crumbling under left-wing leadership, to a state where the economy is still vibrant and taxes are low, Florida. And you're absolutely right. Laura Loomer is running a very competitive race for Congress in the district in which the president's club mansion, Mar-a-Lago, is located. And she's looking to me like a winner in next week's primary. And I think she will be an upset winner this November.
So let's talk about her first, then, as emblematic of the populist rebellion. And then let's get into the incredible constellation of evil against the president and the admission of a new civil war officially as the next Democrat stratagem after all their other failed coup attempts.
Yeah, I mean, Alex, I think it's pretty obvious to anybody who's been following InfoWars for any length of time that it falls to a small band of rebels in the U.S. House, not the Republican leadership, not the rhino Republican leadership, the go along to get along country club Republicans, but a small band of rebels like Matt Gaetz and Mark Meadows when he was there, Jim Jordan, Lee Selden, Andy Biggs. And I can't think of anybody better to join that group of revolutionaries, that group of rebels than Laura Loomer. I'm also trying to help Judson Sapp here in the state of Florida in Jacksonville. They're in the same league in terms
and Roger,
of being,
there's a delicious irony if she gets in. The most banned woman in the world. They hate her. She's pro-America. The deliciousness, I'll be honest, I get very excited.
Yeah, I mean, Laura Loomer is the only person on the face of the planet who's more banned than you and I, Alex. It's extraordinary, but they had to take me off of Facebook the day the president commuted my sentence because I'm so dangerous to the deep state. The truth is very dangerous to these people. And this is probably our greatest struggle in the upcoming election. The deplatforming of conservatives and libertarians and Republicans and non-liberals and people like Laura Loomer and me and you and others takes away the president's amplification of
I agree.
his message.
Let's not talk about ourselves, but let's do. What is it that the deep state fears about a Roger Stone, an Alex Jones, a Laura Loomer? What is it we've got so others can amplify it? What is it the populism, the lack of fear? What is it they fear?
It's truth. So let's take the most obvious example. Joe Biden bounded back into this presidential race on the backs of black voters in South Carolina. Those voters literally have not been told by the mainstream media about Joe Biden's role in the turbocharging of the racist war on drugs. In other words, it is Joe Biden who is personally responsible as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee for the 1994 laws that required the harsh mandatory penalties for the first time nonviolent crime of owning small amounts of drugs.
So that's the sentencing of blacks 3 times whites. That's when Hillary talks about bringing black males to heel. He was the guy that did that.
So what would happen? Black voters learned the truth about Joe Biden's record, that he began his political career as an opponent to the integration of the Wilmington school system, that he has systematically sponsored all of the anti-busing legislation in the 70s and into the early 80s. But this one takes the cake. We have literally incarcerated, at this point, millions of poor, nonviolent black people who are not violent criminals. We're ruining lives, ruining families. No one's being rehabilitated. If you're a conservative, you should object because you're paying tax dollars to
and by the way, Roger, you didn't just cook this up in 2020. You've been for over a decade saying in minimum sentences, you got Trump to do it. So the fact is, this is a real issue. And the idea that the Democrats love black people is just really a giant fraud.
Yeah, it is absolutely true. And therefore, that is a truth that they don't want told. Now, if I were running the Trump campaign, and I'm not.
That's where I'm going. What would you do? Because Kamala Harris, I mean, Tim Pool's a huge, millions of listeners a day. He's big now. Joe Rogan, level he's building towards. I tuned in the other day, like 90,000 live people at once, 2 million viewers in 1 hour. He's like putting a MAGA hat on, endorsing Trump. He goes, Trump's not perfect. At least he does what he'll say. I'm done with Kamala Harris, the evil cop that wants to lock blacks up. I mean, they've got a big problem. Why the hell did they choose her, A, and then B, what are her weak points?
Precisely. In other words, they doubled down. I heard a liberal on a radio show I was on trying to defend her record of locking black people up under the very laws that I'm talking about, saying, oh, no, that was all done by local prosecutors. Nonsense. Look at her record as the Oakland County District Attorney. Look at her record as Attorney General. She was a drug warrior. She was in lockstep with Biden and the Clintons. And this is offensive. It is racist. And it is a giant failure. Drug abuse is a public health issue, not a criminal justice issue. I'm not talking about drug kingpins or drug dealers. I'm talking about people caught with tiny amounts of drugs in a nonviolent offense. They should the judge in those cases should have discretion. If they have a previous record, that's one thing. But if they have no previous record and they're not dangerous to anybody, 25 years seems a little harsh to me.
I know this is your big pet project. You've been totally right, and it's totally honest, and it's totally fair, and I agree with you 100%. But I want to get Laura Loomer's take on this, but just big picture in a moment, Roger, because you talked about this the other day on the show. I had Ali Alexander on today. He made a great point. I mean, the Democrats are officially saying they're going to contest the election. They know they're going to lose. They know it's a landslide. And then they're going to secede states and have the military take Trump out. That's in the New York Times. So they're officially putting it out and normalizing it. And Republicans hear that as so radical, they're being caught flat-footed because they don't want to talk about that because it sounds so crazy. Well, I mean, I'm sorry they're doing it. Laura Loomer, though, your take on what Roger was saying about minimum sentencing and the fact that it's Hillary and Biden saying we got to tie black people up like dogs. I mean, you can't make this up. If Trump said that, I wouldn't support him. But I mean, if they do it, it's like, oh, that's just what Democrats do.
Right. Well, the irony too in Joe Biden choosing Kamala Harris, and look, everybody knew it was going to be Kamala, and the prerequisite, right, for becoming Joe Biden's vice presidential pick was that you had to be a black woman. So it doesn't matter what your merit is, it doesn't matter what your background is, or whether you're credible or whether you're successful and accomplished. You just have to be a black woman. And the irony is that they try to place so much emphasis on women, right, and the value of women and skin color, and they claim to care about Black lives, and that's what they were doing during the COVID lockdowns to try to boost their coffers, as they were encouraging riots through Black Lives Matter and then fundraising through Act Blue so that they could use the funding from the Black Lives Matter riots to pump into these Democrat campaigns. But when you look at Kamala Harris's record, how many black men did Kamala Harris incarcerate? Okay, how many black babies has Kamala Harris, through her associations and her partnerships with people like the head of the president of, what was it, Cecile Richards, I think her name is, the former head of Planned Parenthood. Seriously, how many black lives has this so-called black woman? I mean, I know there's a debate about whether Kamala Harris is like what her actual nationality or what her background is. But how many lives has this so-called black woman ruined?
Well, I was about to say for Owen Schroyer and then for Roger, and then to finish this up for our congressional winner here, why would they pick someone that polled 1-2% maximum during the Democratic primaries who black people fully reject? I want to ask Laura Loomer that question, but Owen, you first.
Well, here's what's happening. I mean, we've entered a new age of digital commerce and digital communications, and this is just a reflection of just the new world that we're in. It just, just human advances. And so just like the Democrats have now replaced the old guard Democrats, that's what this really represents with the squad. That's what Kamala Harris represents. They're replacing the old guard Democrats of Joe Biden and all that with the new guard Democrats, which is, of course, total communists, total globalism, will bow to China and the UN. And what I'm hoping, and Roger brought these guys up earlier, there are some Republican fighters in there, Matt Gaetz, Jim Jordan, and there are some other good ones. The problem is they're still old guard Republicans. They still came in through the Republican establishment. We need new guard Republicans to battle the new guard Democrats, which is what Kamala Harris represents. Look, Kamala Harris is ruthless, okay? She has no ethics.
I mean, look at those lunatics.
She has no ethics. She has no morals. She's ruthless. Perfect for the Democrats. There's no low she won't sink to, no lie she won't tell. No, you put money down on the table, Kamala Harris.
By the way, I want women in Congress and stuff. There are great women I know, like Laura Loomer. Let me ask Roger Stone this. I want to shift gears on the martial law plan and to contest the election plan, the big enchilada, and what Trump should do in politics. But why is it these angry women that Soros funds that will just do the most horrible stuff? It's almost like they pick brown women as the stereotype so we couldn't criticize them. Is that the plan?
That is certainly a strong possibility. But Alex, what's really going on here is inoculation. In other words, they're trying to limit the president's options. Let me translate this for you. When they say Trump is going to lose the election and then he's going to refuse to leave the White House and he will have to be removed by the military, what they mean is We are going to steal the election. We want to limit Trump's ability to challenge that in the courts. And this is going to be a giant war ahead. And it is. I see
That's the most important thing you've ever said. Repeat that again. They're inoculating us for martial law and for the breakup of the country and a false contesting the election. Start over. Explain what's going to happen and what the president should do.
Well, if we have a muddled result, if there are legitimate legal questions about the integrity of the vote in numerous states, either candidate would have the right to challenge that in the courts. If you think about it, they tried this exact same tactic in 2016. Remember, Hillary said, I want Trump right now to commit to that he will respect the outcome of the election and he won't challenge it. And the president very shrewdly said, well, I couldn't tell you whether I'm going to challenge it or not until I've seen the outcome. If it's fair, of course I won't challenge it. If it's stolen, I reserve all my rights for a legal challenge. That's a businessman talking. That's a pretty shrewd approach. We're back to the same place. The surprise to them, of course, was they thought they were going to win, and they wanted to make sure that Trump went quietly. They didn't see what was coming, the most improbable upset victory in American history. Now it's the same playbook. They're trying to inoculate us so that when they get caught red-handed stealing the election in multiple states, we already saw in Chicago a bunch of phony driver's licenses coming in from China. What do you think that was for, Alex? Was that a coincidence?
That's right. I'm going to play this on the show tomorrow, and you've already knocked it out of the park. So, Roger, recap that. Give your message to the president. I'm going to air this at the very start of the show tomorrow in maximum prime time. So the first 30 minutes of the show is the most listened to. 2 million people every day tune in. We love them. We appreciate them. At the first 30 minutes, because they've said this. They're admitting they're doing it. They're inoculating. They're preparing the ground for this. Their whole system is not to win the election, but to contest the election, recap it, and tell us what Trump should do.
Let me piggyback, though, real quick,
Go ahead,
Roger.
Dawn.
Let me just piggyback, because there's another angle to this. The Democrats are literally putting their chips on the table, but it's people's lives. That's why they have this 50 days of sieging the White House. Because
No, it's all about rioting. It's a cover.
But here's what it is, Alex. They're betting that the American people will not throw these people in jail or worse. So they're literally sending out their Democrat mobs to surround the White House, and they're daring the president and law enforcement to take action. They're daring them. They were saying,
yeah, that's an agitprop. So how does the race warring and here's the articles. Without feds, Portland protests peaceful. Once the police acted and shut down Antifa, the feds didn't have to protect the courthouse. So the idea that Trump, this is crazy. So start over, Roger. You're absolutely on fire. Recap what you just said about the plan for the election 81 days out.
Here's the good news is nobody has to tell Donald Trump to preserve all of his rights. He's a very shrewd individual, particularly on this point. They intend to have mail-in ballots, which is a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for the theft of a presidential election. It violates the state constitution in 12 states. It violates the requirement that a voter show a picture ID in 35 states. It is a recipe for democratic shenanigans, multiple voting, false voting, voting the names of dead people, and so on. The president needs to understand, or I think he does understand, that if he does not get a fair election, if he is defeated in a hoax election, he has the right to question those things in the courts. That's our system. That's what they don't want him to do. So they are trying to inoculate the people to accept the result, no matter how outrageous, and limit the president's ability to say, no, I'm not abiding by the results.
So, Roger, let's walk through that. They've been saying for 6 months, if Trump contests when we contest, he's a fascist, the military must overthrow him. Then they say, even if we lose, we'll have states secede and then trigger race riots nationwide. What do we do as citizens or as the president to call that out ahead of time? Because I get it, Trump politically knows what he's doing, but what do we as citizens do? What do you do? What do we all do to counter their outrageous newest coup attempt, which they're parading around and normalizing and inoculating, normalizing out in the open?
Well, let's recognize that it works both ways. In other words, if they hijack this election and they do so in a blatant way, and that it's obvious that they have done so, I know people, state legislators, who are talking in numerous states in the center of this country who are talking about them succeeding to form a new government.
Exactly.
So, I mean, how this plays out is still completely up in the air.
What you're saying is the deep state's playing with fire.
They definitely are playing with fire. Patriots in this country love our Constitution, love our country, and most of them see exactly what's happening.
And they're completely fed up, and they see what's happening.
And you know what? I'm actually afraid, and this kind of has me reminiscing about.
By the way, history's here. We're not hyping this up, folks. This is it.
I'm reminiscing right now. I'm having these flashbacks of when you and Roger were on the air the night of Trump's election victory, and I realized something. Just like that night when you predicted, hey, Trump won, but we really just hit the fan. I think that this is actually going to get worse because Trump is obviously, if it's a fair election, Trump wins. But either way, the media will fake the election results.
Oh, either way, what I said 4 years ago to Roger, it's 10 times that now.
I think so. I mean, you know what? You know what I realized? This is all going to play out. They're not going to let Trump win. They're going to steal it, and they're basically going to say, "Look, pick your side. Either you're."
Well, that's what Podesta says. He says it's up to the military. Which, Roger, we had dinner right after Trump got elected, and in Austin, and you told me about your conversation with Trump. I don't know if it's time for people to know that yet, but I mean, Trump's already. You talk about smart, aware of this. He knows it comes down to the military. What would you tell the globalists? I think they should back down. I think they should fold. They should not try to play this card.
But let's be very clear. Constitutionally, the military has to take orders from the commander-in-chief, and the president is still president for 2 months after the election. So whether Obama has politicized the military to the extent that they won't follow an order from the commander-in-chief will be an interesting thing to say. I think you and I both recognize that in the 8 years Obama was president, most generals and admirals and high-ranking military officials who happened to be conservatives or Republicans in their politics were retired from the military forcibly, and those who were promoted were generally globalists. On the other hand, there are many rank and file in our military who love this president, love the Constitution, love due process, and they'll know whether the election was stolen or not. So you have a myriad of possible scenarios here. None of them are particularly certain at this point. But the president remains president until January. Let's remember that. That's a very...
Well, Roger, I totally agree. I want to get Laura Loomer and then Owen Schroeder's take on this, but I want listeners to understand. I don't say things to be shocking. I cover reality, and that's always more shocking than fiction. I've never, studying U.S. history or world history, seen something this dangerous, this astounding, this unprecedented. I mean, they're openly pre-programming with every Democratic operative, low-level, mid-level, high-level, Pelosi, the Clintons, Obama, Eric Holder, all of them, that they're going to do this. So and after they've gotten away with all this, I think they are going to do it. So let's just say we're not living in boring times. Owen Schroyer, then Laura Loomer, then Roger Stone. I want to get his take on that. I mean, Roger's been around for 9 administrations, involved with 5. He's one of the smartest guys I know in politics. I want his take on this, but I've never seen rhetoric like this from a group willing to stick their dick in the light socket. And by that, I mean, these people are nuts, man. I've got a lot of chutzpah. I've got bravada. I'm tough, but I don't just go into wars I'm going to lose. They're going to lose this. But they'll probably destroy the country in the process, which makes the Chi-Coms happy. So that's why I'm pissed.
Here's what, sadly, I foresee happening coming up in November, and we're all amped up thinking this is the fight leading up to November. The fight's actually going to be after the election, because what they're going to do is they're going to fake the election results. They're going to fake the election results, and they're going to say Biden won, and Trump's going to contest it and say, no, I won. They're
and they're going to say he's a dictator.
And then they're going to have their tens of thousands of people in every major downtown metropolitan area, and they're going to have them surrounding the White House.
They're going to come burn this office down.
And they're basically going to play chicken. And this is what I wish the left understands. The Democrats are literally putting you out there as bait. Do you get that? They're literally putting you out there as bait, and they're begging Trump, shoot him. Begging law enforcement, shoot him. Hey, go out and burn.
Burn down the federal courthouse.
Don't worry.
Hit cops cops in the head with hatchets.
And so they're literally playing chicken, gambling the lives of their voters. So this is how I think it's going to go. They're going to lie about the election results. They're going to say Biden won. Then Trump's obviously going to contest it. And they're going to have all their thousands of people out on the streets surrounding the White House, daring law enforcement to act, daring the military to act when they try to burn down the White House, burn down federal buildings. That's their plan.
And then they're going to say any cops that defend themselves are racist. But the cops got to know we're with you. And this is the end push.
So
Laura Loomer.
If Trump wants to stop it, the easiest thing to do is to arrest Obama and bring him in for the treason charges. That's the easiest way.
No, I agree. Not moving on the deep state and letting them
move now, or that's inevitable.
Well, let's get Laura Loomer's take. She's been quiet for 20 minutes. Laura Loomer, running for Congress, about to win her congressional primary. Everybody should get behind her. Laura Loomer for Congress. Go ahead.
What we're witnessing here is a Marxist, Maoist, jihadist insurrection or coup, as you said. And look, there's a reason why Kamala Harris was chosen as Joe Biden's VP. And I want to go back to what you were talking about with China. You know, everything regarding the Biden and Kamala Harris ticket revolves around China. And let's look at Kamala Harris's background, for example. Okay. Kamala Harris is a trained militant Marxist Maoist. Where did she attend her and get her leadership training skills? Well, there's a place called the Rockwood Institute. And I believe you've talked about this on your program before, Alex. And what the Rockwood Institute is it's a Soros funded, and it's also funded by another guy named Stephen Phillips, who was the author of a book called Brown is the New White: How Demographic Revolution Created a New American Majority. And they have this training institute that you have to be accepted to. And it's a long-term facility where people like Linda Sarsour and Andrew Gillum, Kamala Harris, the founders of Black Lives Matter, the founders of Code Pink, all learn how to be militant Marxists. And if you recall, a couple weeks ago, the founder of Black Lives Matter said, "We are trained militant Marxists." Well, this is where they're getting their training. They're getting their training from the Rockwood Leadership Institute, which is a Marxist Maoist training camp. Okay, so you have a woman who subscribes to this Marxist Maoist ideology as the VP choice. And then look at Joe Biden. Look at how compromised Joe Biden is when it comes to China. Okay, regardless
he says China should make our major decisions.
Yeah, but regardless of whether they win or lose this election, or whether they, let's say that Trump wins, right? And they try to, overthrow President Trump by refusing to accept the election and seceding, okay? They are doing this in an attempt to make China an even more powerful global superpower. And Kamala Harris, she's a Maoist. Okay, look at Joe Biden and how intertwined his family is, Hunter Biden and all their deals with China. Today, I don't know if you saw in the news, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, they're calling for mandatory mask mandates so that people have to suffer even more under the China virus, okay?
Oh, yeah, this is a cold takeover. I see Roger Stone chomping at the bit. We've got a few minutes left with him. Well, Laura will continue with us till the end at 10. You're on fire, yeah. Laura. Laura Loomer running for Congress. Go ahead, Laura.
They want China to take over, okay? They want communism to take over, okay? And Maoism, which Kamala Harris, and you can look this up. This is very serious stuff.
Oh, I know.
You need to understand what the Rockwood Institute is to understand how these people are trained and what their line of thinking is, okay? And who is funding them and what their goal is. It is the plot of this book. And if you haven't read it, Brown is the New White, you need to, because what their goal is to have a revolution by creating a new American majority through demographics. And that's exactly what they're trying to do.
That's right. They're creating a racism. When whites tried to end racism, they're flipping it on its head. Incredible. Laura Loomer, you're on fire. Again, how do people donate tonight to your historic campaign that's in the lead, but it's up against major fraud? We got to push you over the top. It's up to all of us. How do we donate?
They can go to LauraLoomerForCongress.com. That's LauraLoomerForCongress.com. And look, I want to try to raise $100,000 for my campaign tonight in this 3-hour, fundraiser that we're doing here on this live broadcast. And all that really takes is 10,000 patriots, okay? 10,000 info warriors to donate $10 tonight. And I just want to say, Alex, you have some of the most generous viewers and listeners. I just want to read some of the names of some of the people who have donated tonight. Miss McAlpin, I believe it is, in Pennsylvania, maxed out at $2,800. Incredible. Okay. Mr. Bibbitts from Wisconsin, $250. Mr. Stang in Arizona, $500. Okay. Miss Lavelle in Colorado gave $1,000. Mr. Becerra in Colorado, another $500. Mr. Kodish in California, $1,000. Okay. We've already raised almost $11,000 so far. So, you know, regardless of,
and I want to be clear, you're totally censored. You're on the front line. This is how wars are won. And if we don't win it with money, it's going to be blood, folks. They're coming to your houses. They're coming for everybody. And I don't say that to be dramatic. People know, man. I say it if I know it's true. We are 2 minutes to midnight right now. Everybody should tell everybody about this live feed, about Infowars.com, about Roger Stone. Roger Stone, I know personally, I can't tell you this because I've been asked not to get into it. They tried to put my dad in prison as a Russian agent when my dad and my family have been involved fighting communism their entire lives. They tried to put Roger in prison. They tried to put me in prison. They have grand juries out on me, folks, the very same people. And I'm not a wimp. I'm not a victim here. I want to win this fight. But believe me, loyal Americans are under attack right now. And your word of mouth is king. Tell that email list. Tell those links on your phone. Tell your neighbors. Tell your family. Band.video, Infowars.com. Because I'm not doing this to lose. I'm betting on you. But I'm telling you, they're coming after all of us and saying I'm a Nazi, I'm a Russian. No, I'm an American. And they damn well know that's the truth. Roger, can you speak in closing? And I'm going to get constitutional lawyer Robert Barnes on here, who's patiently holding, in closing comments about the election, the world, and the historic point we're at right now.
I just want to reinforce what Laura Loomer just said about the InfoWarrior community. I would never have won my freedom without the support of the individual InfoWarriors. I had 65,000 people contribute to my legal defense fund. When Laura read those names just now, I recognized the names of 2 of the donors who helped me in my epic fight for freedom. So you are extraordinarily powerful. The InfoWarriors really can save the day.
Yeah. Really... not me. The listeners are the power. They're powerful.
Exactly. So I urge you to give to Laura Loomer tonight because we need her in Washington to tell the truth. We need her to call out the radical leftist Muslim Democrats from the Midwest. We need her to call out Nancy Pelosi. We need
to go to war and stop playing games. And it takes money and energy and focus. We need it. Roger Stone's willing to go to war. Laura Loomer's ready to go to war. I'm ready to go to war. Owen's ready to go to war. But we need the weapons. And in 21st century, that means money.
Yeah, and Alex, I just want to reiterate too, you know, with my campaign, it's not just a congressional campaign. This is much bigger than just a congressional race here in Florida's 21st district. This is
a whole bet to shut you down and humiliate new candidates and defeat you.
This is a movement of people all across the country. And I'll tell you, there are people all around the world who are watching to see the outcome of my race, Alex, all around the world.
Oh, it's huge.
People from all over the world.
I'll just say this: if people don't get behind you, you should have $50 million, not $1 million. We need you rammed in there. I mean, they get Ilhan Omar and Tlaib and all those assholes, and we don't get you.
Well, I like to say I'm a one-woman squad, Alex. I'm a one-woman squad, and I've been a household name in conservative politics.
No, I agree. And you're going to be here after Roger goes. Roger, 5 minutes before our next guest comes on. You've got the floor. What do you want to say to Trump, to the world? Because a lot of folks are tuned in right now.
That this is not just another election. This isn't just about the survival of the United States of America. This is about the survival of Western civilization. I can tell you firsthand that there is no dirty trick, no depth to which the deep state will not stoop in their efforts to take down a president who believes in American exceptionalism and American sovereignty and American strength and American values. They're still in shock about 2016. They began plotting the takedown of Donald Trump before he was even sworn in. If you think about it, Alex, you'll remember they wanted to make a presentation to the Electoral College about the non-existent Russian collusion. They were trying to convince individual electors that they could vote for Hillary Clinton. It was Hillary Clinton who wanted a recount in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. It was Hillary Clinton who disputed the results of the 2016 election. Now they're trying to recycle the same playbook. The president is way too smart for that. But there was a great coming together of the grassroots Trump support with those elements of the Republican Party that would support a Donald Trump. And that's how we carried Florida. We have to do that again. We don't have the support among all the party regulars. That was true in 2016. But we do need to integrate the grassroots Trump organizations in every state in the country, including Florida.
Well, that was my next question. Let me throw this out. Then we're going to Robert Barnes and let you go. And I appreciate your time. I appreciate Barnes holding for 20 minutes. We're behind. Even the Ben Shapiros have to support Trump now, but they don't really support him. But it is a victory. The Republican Party has to bow to the populism now, but they need to fully realize the war and get behind Trump. What is your message to them? Because Kamala Harris and others have said they're going to exterminate us politically if they win. I mean, can you imagine if they win? What do you expect them to do, Roger, if they win?
I've already been through it, though. It'll be the same. It'll be a sequel, I suspect. Trumped up charges against every major conservative.
No, the Democrats have said they want to re-indict you. They've said it.
Yeah, even though there's no legitimate crime for the first indictment. This is lawfare. We've seen this before, where they abuse the judicial system for political purposes. That kind of sums up the whole Mueller investigation. But if they get their hands on the levers of government, they're going to open the borders, change the complexion, meaning the makeup of our voting population, and we'll never have a competitive election again.
That's what I just said. You know, that's the theme of this book. That's why the Rockwood Institute is at the core of this, right? Brown is the new white. How demographic revolution created a new American majority. They want to replace us, they want to displace us, and they want to take over.
And then they tell brown people, don't be into freedom, be brown instead of be American. How about red, white, and blue?
Here's the most important point, Alex. We need debates. We need as many debates as possible. We need to put Donald Trump and Joe Biden on the same stage so people can see the real Joe Biden. No, they're not an anachronism. No, they don't.
Oh, he's totally scared. They're talking about not even doing debates now. What do you predict?
I think that not debating can actually hurt you more than a bad debate. The president needs to recognize he has the bully pulpit. I wouldn't fall for the act of the Presidential Commission on Debates because it's not appointed by the president, not a commission, and not about debate. Donald Trump has the power and the authority, political authority, not legal authority, political authority to say, hey, Joe, Fox Television, next Friday, 7 o'clock, be there, or I'll debate an empty chair. The president—
No, that's it. He should take control and say, hey, you're not hot. Actual footage, though, of Joe Biden and debating Trump. Show that again. No, it's a joke, folks. It's Xi Jinping. It's a puppet. It's incredible. But why is he hiding out? Why do you think they chose? Let me ask you this, Roger. I'll let you go. I know you're busy, and we got Robert Barnes coming on, along with Laura Loomer. Why would they pick this geriatric who we knew 2 years ago didn't know what planet he was on? I guess he's the placeholder for Kamala Harris?
Because they were desperate to have somebody stop Bernie Sanders. And he happened to be the right guy in the right place at the right time, with enough of a reputation as 8 years as vice president to be a useful tool for the deep state. Bernie Sanders, they recognized, was an electoral disaster. He was another George McGovern. You can't be that open about your socialism. You have to hide your socialism. So even professional Democrats I know, and I know many, friendly with many, they know Biden is an intrinsically weak candidate. They have their standby act in Kamala Harris. We don't wish the former vice president ill health, but you can see that he's frail. And who knows if he survives the campaign, which is a very rigorous exercise to say the least, or his first term. So he is handy. Let's put it that way. But they didn't have a better candidate to block Bernie, and they desperately needed to block Bernie.
Well, their strategy is to test the election, cause secession, and hope the military chooses them by holding the stock market hostage. That is an incredible admission, unprecedented since the times of the last Civil War. Where do people find, because I love, look, you've been banned off Twitter, Facebook, but you're so big now, Roger. without even looking, I'm like, oh, there's a 500,000 views for Roger. Oh, there's 100,000 views. There's 1 million for Roger. I see you all over the place now. You're so popular, they can't hide it. So congratulations. Where do people find all that great Roger Stone analysis?
Well, first of all, if you are not on Parler, sign up. Parler is a social media platform that doesn't censor anyone, including conservatives, Republicans, libertarians, Christians, and anybody who isn't a liberal. There are liberals there too, and they're allowed to speak their piece. They're just always wrong, that's all. But I recommend Parler. You can, of course, go to stonecoldtruth.com, where finally, now that I'm out from under the judge's gag order, I am publishing pieces and posting videos yet again. Ultimately, that will continue to be my main platform because you cannot put your ability to communicate in the hands of Facebook or Twitter or Instagram. It's a fool's errand. In the flash of an eye, you can lose millions of supporters. The day will come when they try to take away our URLs, but we're not there yet.
But
so
they're certainly trying. All right. And come back with us the next few days. Laura, go ahead.
I said we are there, though, Roger. Look what Comcast did to me the other day. Comcast is an internet provider, and they banned my fundraising text. They wouldn't even let me send a fundraising email, okay? And then they said, "Oh, it's a glitch. It's a glitch." Oh, yeah, it's such a glitch. Yeah, that's why the head of Comcast held the first fundraiser for Joe Biden, right? That's why the head of Comcast. That's why Comcast donated to my opponent Lois Frankel here in District 21. Right? I'm the only candidate who got banned from Comcast, and Comcast regional office just happens
Well, that's
to be
well
in
taken. The point is, Congress has to act about all this election meddling, right, Roger?
There's no question. But what Laura's saying is very important because if we get to September 1st, let's say, and Facebook then makes a corporate decision that they won't run the president's advertisements on their platform or on Instagram, and Twitter will, of course, follow.
Yeah, Trump has to act now to block it. Because once they get close, they're going to pull it.
Text messages are his only option at that point. Broadcast television is archaic and too expensive and not targetable enough. Cable television is very much the same situation. You think CNN is going to sell ads to Donald Trump?
No, they're going to block him on text messages, and that's their holy grail. And I want to get in next time you're Roger on to all the other censorship that's going on and what's unfolding.
I just want to say before we go how honored I am that Roger is joining me on the campaign trail and how much it means to me that he's endorsed my candidacy. And, you know, the primary election is in 5 days from now. And Roger is actually going to be introducing me at my campaign election night watch party. And so special announcement for the InfoWars audience tonight. There's limited tickets available, but whether you want to come in from out of town or you live in Florida and you want to attend, my election night watch party is going to be huge. It's going to feature individuals who have been banned. I will be there. We're going to have a surprise celebrity.
I may come in. I'm looking to come in.
The InfoWars crew is going to be there, from my understanding, to live stream it, and Roger will be there. So if you want to attend, you can go to my Parler account. Make sure you follow me and you follow Roger at Laura Loomer, at Roger Stone on Parler. That's Parler ending in ER. Okay. And you can.
And Laura, you're not leaving. Roger's going to go. We have Robert Barnes holding for 45 minutes, constitutional lawyer, about to come on. And Roger, come back on with us. And Laura, the next few days. We really appreciate you, brother.
Laura Loomer for Congress. It's the most important battle in America today, second only to the presidency itself. It's been an honor for me to campaign for her. I think she's going to win an upset victory that will really make the left insane.
And by the way, Roger, we're not just saying that. She's set to win by, they're saying like 30, 40 points, the primary, and most numbers show her beating the Democrat. They're going to crap their britches.
Well, as I said to the Republican dinner in Palm Beach the other day, Laura Loomer has bigger balls than most of the men that I know. She's a woman of enormous courage and enormous fortitude, a true patriot, and she's going to win this seat if the info warriors get behind her. So, folks, get online right now and send Laura Loomer a campaign contribution. It'll be the greatest investment you've made since, I don't know, the Stone Legal Defense Fund.
Or supporting President Trump 4 years ago. Roger Stone, StoneDefenseFund.com. Thank you, sir. All right, I've been trying to get him on for 2 weeks, and I apologize making him hold for 30 minutes. And Laura Loomer's going to ride shotgun with us the next hour. So is Owen Schroyer, constitutional lawyer, Robert Barnes, good friend of mine, hosted a show here for a while. We're going to bring him back soon for election coverage, hopefully. So much happening in the world, so much going on with martial law and calls to suspend the election and calls just insanity. Barnes is always on target. People have been begging for Barnes to be here. Barnes, what do you want to cover first? You've got the floor. The next 10 minutes, commercial free.
Sure. So I think a critical factor for the president is he really needs to build a legal defense team in place, because there's two factors with the election. One is winning the election, and winning the most votes. But the other is making sure those votes are accurately counted. And one of the critical problems is in 2018, the Democrats flipped the governorships of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania to the Democratic aisle. That means the Democrats control the state election machinery in each of those three states. Those three states will decide the presidential election. And so he needs to build what people saw in 1960 with Kennedy stealing votes from Nixon and likely stealing that election. Bush versus Gore is going to look like small change compared to the legal onslaught the president is going to face if he actually won the election at the ballot box, but Democrats don't want to report that.
So what you're saying is they got their ass kicked 4 years ago. They've taken over the machinery where Trump won for fraud. What does the president do?
Two things. One, he's doing the right thing right away. He's waging legal war through the lawsuit against the state of Nevada. Nevada basically is allowing people a very fudgy mechanism of counting postmarks so that basically you can vote after Election Day and have those votes counted for weeks after Election Day. So he's brought suit here, and that's likely to go up to the U.S. Supreme Court, because here in Nevada, the federal courts, there's not a single federal judge for the most part that was not appointed without the approval of Harry Reid. Even Republican appointees had to get the approval of Harry Reid before they made the federal bench here for the most part. And so he's not likely to get relief here. He's not likely to get relief from the Ninth Circuit. He needs the U.S. Supreme Court to step in and say federal law requires Election Day happen on one single day. It's likely that the president was trolling the press a couple of weeks ago when he put out that, hey, maybe we'll move Election Day. He wanted everybody to go nuts in the press so that now he can make the argument,
so
everybody
they wouldn't
agrees.
do that, exactly, because they want to extend it out to engage in fraud. He's like, no, it happens on one day.
Exactly.
It's like, we all need to take Bill Gates' vaccine. Everybody gets mad. Now Biden's like, don't take the vaccine.
Exactly. It was a brilliant trolling effort by Trump. So he's got a great legal argument. And if he could get the U.S. Supreme Court to rule that there can be no ballots counted that were not delivered by Election Day, that will solve about half of the problem. The other half of the problem is going to be he needs a legal team ready to go. Yeah, he needs to have Bush v. Gore kind of legal team times 10. They need to be preparing for months. They need to be the kind of team that was preparing to keep Ralph Nader off the ballot.
No, I agree. It's like Darth Vader invading Hoth. He needs the general views. Prepare your men. They need to be ready now.
Exactly. He needs the best legal team. They need to be prepping for months. They need to be ready to file actions everywhere, because you're going to see efforts to hold ballots open late. You're going to see ballot places where people vote late. You're going to see funny ways of them trying to count the ballots. Everything that could go AWOL. And remember, in all of those key 3 Democratic states, you have big Democratic cities run by Democrats, controlled by Democrats, where they can pad ballots. Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philadelphia. All of them have histories, particularly Detroit and Philadelphia, of ballot corruption. So he needs to be ready to go in each of those states, ready to sue at a moment's notice.
Let me ask you this question, Barnes. Why do the Democrats seem so arrogant? They always do, but they're talking about state seceding and the military getting involved. And I'm like, oh, that's crazy. But they already tried previous coups. They never got in trouble for coups that were already out of control. So why not launch one even bigger? It's almost like the fact that they haven't gotten in trouble invokes them to do more, but then what do we do to not be the fascist when we clamp down on them?
To attack that, I believe those are all trial balloons. Because, for example, I was raising this issue within a month after Trump won. The various journals, Foreign Affairs, others that are connected to the Council on Foreign Relations, was putting out there the idea of a coup attempt against Trump using the 25th Amendment, floating the ideas of him being considered disqualified. All of those ideas were early aired, and it was critical to push back on them aggressively. There wasn't enough pushback, so they went ahead and went forward with the Mueller and Russiagate and Ukraine-gate coup impeachment attempts. There needs to be every time
they always telegraph it and do it, And now they're saying they're going to do this, civil war. So Trump is inept if he lets them do this. What is his tools? What are our tools to say no to this?
Well, Trump's done a great job at shutting down the trial balloon of all mail-in balloting across the country. He's highlighted that right away. He jumped on it right away. He brought legal action, trolled the press, talks about it repeatedly. Won't give them the huge cash cow for them to sort of funnel ballots to the polls. So there he's done well. The same kind of reaction has to happen across the board. So in any time they float a trial balloon, whether it's even though I don't know if my people would necessarily mind if California seceded at this point, but things like that, where they're trying to float trial balloons of the military replacing him, any of those things, there has to be massive pushback from the public so that their voice is heard, so that they recognize and realize
totally agree. Well,
that
their game plan is have states split off to kill the stock market. So I'm just saying to Trump and the Pentagon, everybody, I'm not a police state guy. They're trying to have a Chinese globalist-sponsored killing of the dollar. Stop it. Send in the Green Berets. I mean, this is treason. If I was like organizing the downfall of the country and the dollar, I would expect somebody to like shoot me in my front yard. I mean, this is ridiculous.
It's a controlled variable, though. I want to pose this to Robert Barnes. Isn't it a controlled variable when the public can't even have their outcry against this? Everyone's censored on social media. Yeah. Nobody can go outside because of COVID. So even,
and we're going to collapse the dollar and F you. Like, what the hell?
I mean, you're a constitutional law. I mean, they're literally stopping our rights.
We're going to burn down federal courthouses and you can't stop us. They're literally organizing our destruction. And I'm just sitting here going, what the hell?
Well, you see that in Austin. I mean, Austin just
real quick, Barnes, let's get Laura Loomer's takes. He's here with us. And we'll get right back to you. We want to hear it. Go ahead, Laura.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, they're clearly signaling to, you know, these violent rioters, people like Antifa and BLM, to put people in place, right, for this very violent insurrection or coup that they're planning.
No, they're beta testing. This is all a beta testing for November. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw this today, and it was trending. It was trending on Twitter, I'm told, until Twitter got rid of it, because that's what they do every single time truth gets exposed. They wipe it away. But apparently there was a site called Antifa.com, and when
it was linking to Biden.
It's linking to Joe Biden and Kamala, and so that's their signal. I mean, that's a signal that Joe Biden and Kamala, they want these people on their side. You know, and that's another reason why they're extending the lockdowns and why Kamala and Joe Biden said that there needs to be mandatory mask mandates for all Americans today, because they want, like Owen just said, it's brilliant. And this is exactly what they're trying to do. They want people to just become so accustomed to listening to authority figures. I mean, who the hell is a restaurant owner, or who the hell is, you know, a retail worker to tell me, hey, put your mask on, and then yell at me if I walk into a place without a mask on?
Well, Laura Loomer, you just knocked it out of the park. We'll come back to you in a moment. But somebody who's a real expert on the statistics is constitutional lawyer Robert Barnes. Now, them saying, wear your mask. Democratic Party Wisconsin tells employees, wear it during Zoom meetings. This is a true cult.
They stay inside so that when they say we're taking over, people are just so accustomed to taking orders during COVID, because it only takes, what, 27 days to build a habit. You just tell them one time, no, you stay inside. No, we're doing this. No, we're taking over. And people are going to listen. Because
I agree. They're training us to be locked down. It's martial law training. We'll go back to you, Laura. I want to hear this. You're smarter than I am. Barnes, looking at this, looking at the mask, looking at COVID, they now admit the national average is 0.032. It's all made up. It's been proven. We've been right. But people are still now, as Laura just said, in the habit of bowing down, in the habit of this. My God, what do we do? Break down the COVID hoax.
So it's got to be, how long can this Milgram experiment last? Because everything we were talking about in March, and you were ahead of the curve by a wide margin, was that this was not going to end up being anything like the Spanish flu. It'd be more like the Asian or the Hong Kong flu, which we had 1958, 1968. Most people don't even remember it because we did nothing significant, substantial to like we're doing now. The question is, how long can the media panic last when people don't see it in their real lives? When schools are going to a lot of people are going to go back to school in large parts of the country. They're going to play college football in large parts of the country. How long can they keep up the mythology? How can they keep the panic alive when people in their everyday lives see that the panic has no factual or empirical merit? when nobody knows anybody in their life under 60.
And
who's
what is the
dying or seriously ill.
backlash to them committing this giant hoax?
Well, we are seeing part of it. Think about it. The people questioning vaccines was like 5 to 6% of the country before this all started. Yeah, exactly. You're seeing skyrocketing increases.
No,
in the
I
number of
agree.
people.
I agree with you. They screwed the pooch on this. And folks, I'm a negative person. I'll tell you when we're effed. They have galactically screwed up. So everybody's freaked out in the current moment. I'm saying a year from now, 2 years, they've screwed the donkey, folks.
You know, here's what's interesting, too, about what you just said, Robert. You said, how long can they keep up this mythology? What's crazy is that the average leftist Democrat, liberal in the streets, they believe anything. I mean, they still believe that cops are roaming around trying to kill black people. They still believe black people are oppressed by some mythical white supremacy culture. It doesn't matter what the facts are. You show them the facts about police violence, how many whites have been killed versus blacks, they ignore it.
But Owen, they know it's a lie. They know it's political power.
I'm just saying
the left is wearing masks. They know it's political.
All I'm saying is the left lives in a mythology world. That's all I'm saying.
No, I agree. And take over anytime you want, but let's get Barnes and Loomer's take on this. Is that true?
You want to know another aspect of this that I was thinking about when the George Floyd riots really started to increase? Okay, you have all these people. Why are the Democrats ordering people to wear masks when we know that wearing a mask doesn't necessarily reduce the spread of COVID? Right. In fact, a lot of people are actually getting very sick. They're getting bacterial.
That's an act of submission. It's showing you're an idiot.
People are dying from hypoxia from wearing these. I mean, I live in Florida and I feel it personally. I feel like I have a hard time breathing when I have to wear a mask. I honestly feel like I cannot breathe.
Oh, I never knew I had, what's the word, agoraphobia? Or what's the, what is it we want to go?
Claustrophobia? Maybe?
I never knew I had claustrophobia. I can't wear these damn things.
Yeah, same here.
Listen, if why are the Democrats at the same time while they're signaling to Antifa, right? Oh, come join us, Antifa.com. Here's an advertisement for Joe Biden and Kamala. Oh, at the same time, mandatory masks. They are literally trying to turn the masses into Antifa. Because if you have a bunch of people, okay, you have a bunch of militant Marxists like Black Lives Matter describes themselves, and they're covering their faces with masks. You know, people are covering their identity and committing crime.
No, I agree. It's an occultic thing into the cult. It shows we're all covered. It's some weird leftist fantasy, some ghost dance. Barnes, what do you think it is psychologically?
It's definitely a real life Milgram experiment to see what they can get away with. And they probably focus group this and jury tested this.
Start over. Tell folks what the Milgram experiment is and then get into that.
Absolutely. So the Milgram experiment was they set a guy with a white lab coat. They sit him down and they tell him to keep shocking a stranger and keep escalating the shocks just by the fact that he has a white lab coat. That's it. That's the only basis to continue to, and they hear this other person screaming in pain across from them who might even die. And half the country went along with it. Half the country kept turning up the shock machine no matter what. And so it's always been used as a test of what can you get people to do if someone in a position of authority or perceived authority tells them to do it. And over time, we've learned not to trust. Just because somebody's in a military uniform doesn't mean their reason for war is true.
And then
just
the Stanford thing was you're ordered to torture somebody. The majority will torture someone if an authority figure tells them so.
Exactly. And in the same capacity, as we learned that not to trust somebody just because they put on a Wall Street suit, that means we should do whatever the banks or Wall Street wants. We have not fully learned, but we are learning. Millions and millions of Americans are learning every week, thanks in large part to shows like yours, that in fact we cannot trust someone just because they have a white lab coat on either. We can't trust the Dr. Fauci's of the world, the Dr.
But then when the grassroots doctors unanimously say hydroxychloroquine and sunlight and zinc, they're all banned, and we're told the UN is in charge, Barnes.
Well, yeah, not only that, you have large numbers of people on the NIH advisory boards who are getting payoffs from Gilead, and the conflicts of interest are publicly known. Gilead is developing the patented competitor to hydroxychloroquine, and that's why the war on hydroxychloroquine is being waged. And so but more and more people are beginning suspicious because the more doctors that come out and say this doesn't make sense, the more you have a New York liberal come out. You had a Detroit liberal, both of them
who was dying till he took it.
First of all, you know,
yeah, Loomer, jump in. We'll go back to Barnes. Go ahead.
interesting, like this war on hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin. Okay, I've taken both of those medications before. If you ever travel overseas, or you go to if you go to like the Middle East, or you go to Africa, you go to Latin America, you take hydroxychloroquine as an anti-malarial. You can take it if you take that medication and nothing's even wrong with you, and you take it as a preventative.
You're fine.
Nothing is going to happen to you. And then if you are feeling ill and you want to take an antibiotic, my antibiotic of choice is always a Z-Pak, azithromycin. So, you know, I don't understand why they were trying to make it sound like these medications are so
because
lethal.
it's a competitor to their BS.
Well, they're set to make billions off a vaccine.
They want to make billions off of it, and that's why, because these medications are cheap. I go to the store, even if you don't have insurance, and you go get a Z-Pak, azithromycin, $5 or $10. You want to get the hydroxychloroquine? I don't know, what, $10? These medications are. But
if you want the stuff that Fauci's pushing, it's $2,000. So let me ask Barnes and you this. Barnes, why, and Owen and Laura Loomer, the establishment's never been this arrogant. I don't think it's an arrogance. I think it's a desperation. The way they don't care if they get caught now, the way they don't care if they kill people, the way they're like, Fauci throws the pitch, and the worst pitcher, maybe it doesn't hit the mound. It's like 50 feet the wrong direction. Everything he does, he's like a loser. What the hell is going on? Why are they so reckless? Because it's one thing if my enemy is battling me and they're together. But the fact that they're so inept makes me feel like a loser. I don't know the name of this phenomenon, but I feel pathetic. Sorry, Laura.
My favorite part was when Fauci, when the cameras are rolling, he has to wear the mask and do that pathetic throw or the pitch of the ball. But the cameras caught him sitting on the bleachers with his family, not even social distancing and not even wearing a mask.
And in Congress. So what are they thinking? What's their problem, Barnes? Laura?
Deep disconnectedness. So they're deeply disconnected from ordinary, everyday, mainstream America. And that is dangerous, because that kind of disconnectedness can lead them to think they can get away with things that they might not. I mean, the last time you had that kind of disconnectedness was really the 1960s, when large parts of the deep state thought they, could kill a president and get away with it, kill a presidential candidate and get away with it, kill a civil rights hero and get away with it, in some parts of America. So you have the same kind of mindset, same kind of mentality, like the guy that took out Nixon, Mark Felt, was shocked when he was finally prosecuted for all the crimes he'd committed against the country. He was actually the real deep throat. So it's the disconnectedness, which it can be an advantage. Trump can run against it. Trump can get around them without them knowing he's going to win. But it's also a disadvantage, because they'll do things that are crazy and dangerous that rational people would not do. It's the kind of mindset that leads Hillary Clinton to think overthrowing Gaddafi is going to be a good thing for Libya. It's that mindset and mentality that it's not just dangerous from a lack of a moral compass. It's dangerous because it's a disconnectedness from ordinary people in reality.
And let's talk about
it's a real threat.
You got the Clintons kicked out of power. They run the global contact tracing, so their global initiative with Bill and Melinda Gates. Texas gave them hundreds of millions of dollars. All these states. So for them, who cares if Trump's the president? They're up at a UN level, already controlling us with an army of contact tracers. So no wonder they're delusional. They keep winning, Robert.
Yeah, in terms of power, the vaccine issue is all about power. So, like for Bill Gates, he doesn't care if he doesn't make a dime off of it. He's in a position to make a lot of money off of it. But even if he doesn't, he could care less. It's about power. He wants control over the world population. He wants lower population. He wants a certain objective met. He supports death panels. So that's who the guy is. He's a power freak. And for them, they're getting their news and stories reinforced every day from the New York Times and other publications. So you're right, that they continue to monopolize key aspects of power. Trump to them is the anomaly, not the norm. And they just can't imagine a place where Trump would win re-election.
And that's the key. They keep saying, whether he wins or not, he's an anomaly. Don't they get the world has turned against them?
They're a let-them-eat-cake world. They're like the royalty of the 1800s. They're people that are so disconnected from the real world right outside their own streets. That's where the phrase "let them eat cake" became famous, because the Queen thought that all the rioters who didn't even have bread, she said, well, let's let them eat cake. That's the world they live.
God, it's insane, though. Like, if they were trying, because they think they're going to transcend humans and all this, and they're building a world where they're already in bunkers, Barnes.
I'll tell you what I think, honestly. I think that Fauci is a deep state tool. All right. And I think
I don't think, yeah, we know. 45 years there. Go ahead.
But we know that Fauci was put in there and he sabotaged President Trump. Okay, if Fauci really believed what he said, why is his information constantly changing? First, it went from, oh no, you don't have to wear a mask, you can go on a cruise, to, oh, if you don't wear a mask, you're going to kill someone's grandmother and you're an awful person and you need to stay inside. And first it was 15 days and now we're almost on 5 months and you have to stay inside and you have to social distance unless you're a Democrat, unless no political rallies, no door knocking, no nothing. But then look at Obama, right? Look at the funeral of John Lewis. Go back to what you said, Alex, the absolute arrogance and hubris of these Democrats and these deep state elites who just laugh in our face with this eat cake mentality, okay? They turned the funeral of John Lewis into a political rally. Nobody in that room was social distancing. I barely saw anybody wearing a mask, but they used his funeral to turn it into some Black Lives Matter, anti-Trump political rally led by their messiah, Barack Hussein Obama, right? And this is the problem is real average American citizens, they haven't been able to bury their loved ones. I have friends whose parents have died during COVID and they had to have Zoom funerals. You can't go to church.
And they said that Black Lives Matter rallies lowered COVID, which is all a fraud to begin with.
Let's pause for this insanity for a second, though, Alex, because there's 3 levels of this insanity. One, we just had the story up that said your body is a bioweapon. So it's my body, my choice. Don't vaccinate me. You don't make me wear a mask. No, your body's a bioweapon. So now they just assume you're a terrorist.
And they say you will take it, terrorist.
Now every human is a terrorist according to these people. But again, if you go to a John Lewis funeral, the mayor of D.C. says, oh, no, you don't have to quarantine. You're okay.
But if Trump bans you from one of 7 Muslim countries that don't have real passports, he's bad. So you're a terrorist, but people from Somalia aren't. Sorry,
I want to know whatever happened. I thought that the Democrats were all about my body, my choice, but it only applies to when they're murdering babies. It doesn't apply to.
But Laura, your body's a bioweapon.
Yeah, every human is a terrorist now until you get the Democrat pass to live.
Bob, did you know you're a bioweapon? Now, let's look at Bob Barnes real quick. Put Bob Barnes on. Laura, we'll go back to you.
Put the human bioweapon on.
You're a terrorist too, Laura. Put up Bob Barnes. Look at that terrorist. Holy mackerel. You want to apologize for what you've done, Bob?
Wear a mask, you bioweapon.
Well, it's the genius of getting people. How do you get people to be afraid of themselves, their friends?
I'm kind of scared right now.
They wear masks in their car.
You fire like green goo out your fingers. This is a bioweapon. Hey, stop joking around.
Sorry.
We're talking to a bioweapon. Sorry. Bioweapon Barnes, and we'll go to Bioweapon Loomer. Just tell me about being a bioweapon, because the Politico or whatever it is, they said you're a bioweapon. Tell me about that.
Well, it's brilliant. It's really genius when you think about it. I mean, you look at, getting people to sacrifice freedoms and liberties for war requires you be afraid of some distant foreign thing that's not every day. To be afraid of crime to such a degree that you would allow a certain degree of police state surveillance you wouldn't otherwise requires you to be afraid of strangers. But what happens when you could convince people to be afraid of themselves? To be afraid of their family, afraid of their most intimate loved ones, afraid of their neighbors, afraid of their friends. That's what we've done. Then they're willing to sacrifice every freedom and liberty known to man, willing to no longer go to their own workplace, go to their own church, go to their own political rally, go out to the park with their kid and throw baseball in the park. That's the genius of this. It's the ultimate form of state control.
I know. I have guests here that say they're patriots and they won't shake my hand.
It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. The terror factor, I'll give them credit. It's the best thing that the statists have ever come up with in human history. And they unleashed it right on the eve of Trump's reelection. It's probably not a coincidence those two were timed together.
So gut level, how does it die? How do we kill it? How does it become a big joke? Because they're saying it's the permanent new normal. You're evil, you're bad.
The greatest resistance to any form of evil is good people acting on that righteousness. So the streams of righteousness have always been the counterbalance to the valleys of evil, and that is still true. So it's good people doing the right thing and stepping into the breach. People like Laura Loomer running for Congress. People like Alex Jones continuing to be on the air when the whole world said he wouldn't be. The audience out there supporting and continuing to support people by supporting their own bodies with alternative health, with the products that are available at InfoWarsStore.com, things like that. That's how people do it. Continue to assert power over your own life. Recognize that the fifth pillar of power is the real pillar that holds up all the other four pillars of power, and that's public will, public readiness. So things like all these, the reason why they've been waging war on alternative health products that are outside of the pharmaceutical control is because it's successful at resisting their abilities to control the human body and the human mind. It's why you launched those products many years ago. They're products you liked, products you enjoyed, and products that keep people having control over their own lives and over their own future and over their own health. And that is the best way to resist. The best way to fight back is to maintain and sustain independence of thought, body, and mind, to do so by supporting programs like InfoWars, but also purchasing the products that benefit you on places like InfoWarsStore.com, keeping this community alive against this oppressive system.
Well, Barnes, I appreciate your plug, and you're damn right. But just to you and both Laura Loomer and Owen Schroyer, I think we just have courage. We speak up. We say things. We talk to people instead of thinking, oh, it's polite. I'll wear this mask. I'll do this. I'll wear a mask if I have to go to a store, then I pull it off and educate people. I mean, I think that's the process is just not going on.
You do have to find a way to engage in discourse. And I have a problem with this because I'm loud and obnoxious and I tend to, get furious pretty quickly. I don't like to be a slave. But, you do have to find a level of discourse. But, again, the problem is that the people in America don't even think anymore. And we were saying this back in February and March. This is not about a virus, folks. This is not about a virus. This is all about tyranny. And now we've been totally proven. Because think about it. If you wanted to say, okay, how can I find out really how bad the COVID is? Well, let's actually have mass gatherings without masks, and let's see what happens. And let's inject people with the COVID, and let's see what happens. Both of those things have been happening now for months. No spread, no deadly disease, nothing.
Sure. Death's way down to almost nothing.
But I'm saying you could present these facts.
Levels of infection. So let me do this, and then we have 30 minutes left. Let's give Robert Barnes 5-6 minutes uninterrupted to really lay out his message to Trump, his message to America, then Laura Loomer, and then Owen Schroyer. We're going to end this transmission. So spend 5-6 minutes, Robert Barnes. Your message to Trump, your message to the world about COVID, about what's happening, about what we should do. Then we'll go to Laura Loomer. We really appreciate all your time. Robert Barnes.
Absolutely. So the president needs to stay on the same campaign. He needs to get unemployment down to single digits. He's wisely pushing back against these mask mandates. He's wisely pushing back. He's isolated Fauci. He's wisely pushing back over the panic over the pandemic. He's starting to emphasize and highlight how closing schools is insane, mandating masks is insane, not having college football is insane, that we need to return to normalcy. So he's on the right path. He got a little bit off it there in late March, early April, but he's back on the path that his instincts told him to be on. The second thing is continue to get the economy revived, to do everything within his power to do so, to make sure that people's needs are getting met because of people shutting down the businesses, that there are benefits that they receive that they need to receive while this is happening. Continue to push back on China. Continue to highlight that this is a China virus. We're here because of China. That's it. The media wants to blame Trump. There's only one party to blame, and that party is China. China created this virus. China spread this virus. It's China lied about the virus. That's why we're here at all at any stage. Focus on that aspect and shift back to who do you trust to bring back the economy? Who do you trust to restore safety and security in your streets? Who do you trust to keep American society America still? It's amazing he's going to get to run on Make America Great Again a second time, but that is exactly the best campaign to run on, and it's particularly apt and appropriate in this environment and in this context. Now, ideally, he improves his political team. People like Kushner don't have a clue about middle America. Trump has fantastic political instincts. Almost everybody around him is deaf and mute when it comes to political instincts. He needs better people to amplify his political message. In addition to that, he needs to build a legal team to prepare for the legal war that's coming after he wins. He's going to win. He's on pace to win. I'm going to be betting on him heavily again to win. But he needs to make sure they can't steal it from him at the ballot box. He's done a good job shooting down trial balloons like mail-in balloting throughout the entire country with no safety or no security or no safeguards. He's brought some good lawsuits in that regard, but he needs to continue on that path. He needs to highlight that path. And he needs to be prepared for the big tech manipulation that's coming. Kamala Harris was chosen in large part because she represents the neoliberal establishment that has deep ties to both Wall Street, the deep state, and Silicon Valley. And if he's going to, he needs to be prepared for them to wage secret war against him in the campaign, manipulating Facebook, manipulating Twitter, manipulating social media. There was a great antitrust lawsuit filed today against Apple that would take away Apple's monopoly over apps. Maybe InfoWars app will finally get back up if that lawsuit is won. Trump needs to accelerate that. He needs to, I know he's put pressure on the Justice Department, but Bill Barr needs to step into the breach and meet his promises and his words. He needs to indict people connected to the deep state who tried an illicit coup with unlawful surveillance and unlawful leaking and unlawful investigative tactics. And he needs to bring those antitrust actions that are now already being brought by private actors to let Silicon Valley know that if they manipulate this election any further, that the consequences are going to be, they are going to be broken up and busted up, and their stockholders are going to suffer if they try to interfere or impair the integrity of the election process. Last but not least, he needs to have his eyes alert for a possible October surprise of some foreign policy, something weird happening, some international event, some violent event that somehow makes him look bad, at least according to the press, in October. So he needs to be hyper alert to where that could happen and to not be sand trapped or be sidetracked by it in the way they were able to temporarily do so on the pandemic back in March and April. So Trump just needs to double down on Trump. And if he does, he will win and the country will be safe again.
And I think, too, the best defense for Trump right now is a good offense. We know that there's all kinds of dirty tricks up the sleeve of the Democrats and the globalists. Like you said, October surprises, international events. Who knows? They'll fake an alien invasion. I mean, I'm not even kidding. They'll do anything at this point. So I think the best move for Trump is, and he's got people in his ear telling him this, and there is a level of truth to this, but yeah, there's going to be mass outrage and protest or whatever, say if you arrest Obama or say if you actually indict the deep state or charge some of these guys with treason. But you know what? That landmine, the explosiveness of that landmine is 1/10 of all the other landmines that he could potentially step on or that we'd have to go through if that landmine is not stepped on. So it's like, okay, you know what? I may lose a limb here because I'm going to have to step on this landmine. But you know what? Better lose my limb than step on that landmine and just be blown into oblivion. And that's where we're at. And I'm afraid if he doesn't get ahead of this, like you said, all the Schadenfreude and everything they're going to run is going to be so overwhelming that there's nothing that the president can do at that point other than, I mean, either just blatant civil war or just calling the military to, arrest people, Nuremberg trials, which is, again, you get out ahead of it to avoid that. Laura Loomer, your response to the breakdowns of Robert Barnes just now.
Well, I agree with Robert Barnes in his argument that we need more antitrust action. And, I filed an antitrust lawsuit. If you recall, my antitrust lawsuit against Google, Facebook, Twitter, and Apple was taken to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. And it wasn't until the same day that President Trump threatened to take action against these big tech companies that the court dismissed it without any explanation whatsoever. And so they basically used the dismissal of my lawsuit as a clapback to President Trump the day that he threatened to take action as a way to kind of, egg him on. Then a couple of weeks ago, shortly after that happened, my attorney and I, we actually petitioned the court for an en banc review of this case, which accused these companies of conspiring to censor conservatives. And just some breaking news, and I haven't actually announced this publicly yet, so I guess I'll just break it on InfoWars, is that just 2 days ago, Alex, the court, the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, declined our request to have our review in front of the en banc. But now we're actually going to have to petition the Supreme Court. And so that's the next step. And I always said that I would take this to the Supreme Court if I had to. And, this legal battle that I'm fighting alongside my congressional race, I don't care what it takes. Okay. I am determined to get to Congress and I am determined to break these people up. And regardless of whether new legislation is passed or not, Alex, Nancy Pelosi is always saying nobody's above the law. Well, we just had Roger Stone on the show a couple minutes ago, and they tried to put Roger Stone in jail. They tried to murder this man. They tried to throw him in prison at the height of a COVID outbreak, okay? The man has asthma. They said that he lied to Congress. Well, how many times have these tech executives who are now sabotaging the election, committing election interference, committing, I would say it's racketeering in some cases to to provide illegal in-kind contributions to Democrat candidates, they have committed perjury. And the punishment for perjury is prison time. So, you know.
Yeah, the racketeering, the perjury. But hold on, Laura, you just broke news. Your case about tech censorship could be heading to the Supreme Court. I want to get Robert Barnes' reaction to that.
Yes.
I mean, there's no doubt that there needs to be action at the governmental level, because what Laura just detailed is that the courts have been inimical to responding to these suits. They've been shutting the doors to legitimate suits by reinterpreting the law in Section 230 in such a way that is contrary to its original intention, that is allowing these private big tech companies to effectively monopolize the public square and thus impact and impair the elections in ways they could not do if they were writing a check. You know, there's limitations, for example, to how much someone can write a check to Laura Loomer, but Google, Facebook, and Twitter have effectively given millions to her opponent by the way they have interfered with her ability to be a candidate in using their platforms to access the public and the audience. Particularly, those are some of the most effective means are Facebook digital advertising, because you can target it and tailor it to the people you're trying to reach. You can make sure that the gap between the audience and the communication is met. Well, you can't if you're precluded from ever even using those platforms. And clearly that is not what our laws were intended to provide for. But I think the only way the courts will pay attention, such as the Supreme Court, to Laura's case or any other case, is if Attorney General Barr takes action. They need to. Now, it helps when big companies are taking action. So the fact that a big.
Yeah, and look, you know, I've had members of Congress, Representative Paul Gosar from Arizona. He actually wrote a letter to Attorney General Barr because these companies, not only is there extreme amounts of judicial corruption, but, you know, our cases are being thrown out, and not even just necessarily by Democrat judges, but by Republican appointed judges. And so there really isn't any due process. For example, okay, my case against Facebook, I filed a defamation lawsuit against Facebook because they labeled me a dangerous individual, just like they labeled Alex. Then the day that I filed my $3 billion lawsuit against Facebook, they changed their terms of service to say that it was okay to incite lethal violence and high severity threats, basically for people to kill people like me and Alex, the people who they deem dangerous. And so you would think that if I were to threaten a tech executive and say, I'm going to kill you, okay, the police would be called, I'd be arrested, I'd probably be interrogated by the FBI, and I would probably go to jail. But the tech
But isn't that our biggest weakness, is that we're actually law-abiding citizens with a moral compass? Like the left they don't abide by the law. They have no moral compass. It's like, that's our biggest weakness. It's like, we care about people. We care about the law. We care about civilization. Like, that's our weakness.
I'm not against civil disobedience. You know, I think that we're getting to a point in society where civil disobedience may be the only way forward. I'm not advocating for violence, but what I'm saying, though, is, you know, I utilize civil disobedience as an investigative journalist and activist to raise awareness about the issues that I felt were important, that the media and the deep state were putting a blockade on. And so civil disobedience is an effective tactic for raising awareness about these issues. And, you know, it's why I handcuffed myself to Twitter. It's why I went to Jack Dorsey's house. It's why I, you know, got escorted out of Facebook headquarters by the police and you know, did what I did to fight for the free speech rights of Americans and all who have been silenced by these tyrants in Silicon Valley. But it's time for the American people to rise up. And whether it's COVID, whether it's tech censorship, whatever it may be, the politicians are not going to save you. They are not going to save you. The people who are in Congress right now, it is what compelled me to run. But you need to take things into your own hands by utilizing your constitutional right. The people have a right to peacefully assemble, okay? You do not need to comply when somebody gives you an order, okay? Who are they? They're not authoritative figures, okay? Where in the Constitution does it say that you are required to wear a mask? Where in the Constitution does it say that you have to stay in your home? I mean, people need to start being independent thinkers before they're just totally hoodwinked and our country's taken from us.
Laura, I completely agree. We're running short on time. Savannah Hernandez just got in the studio. I want to get her take. I want to get Barnes' response to something real quick, too. And then we're going to play a special report. So we got about about 10 minutes here of live on-air stuff. So I want to get 5 minutes from Savannah, who's been waiting in the wings. I want to get a final comment from Barnes. I'll shut up after I ask Barnes this question until I sign us off, and then everybody can have a little, I'll just kind of, pitch to everybody. But Robert, today Attorney General Barr said he expects there to be big shockers coming out from the Durham investigation. So while all the stuff that Laura just talked about, I completely agree with. I'm right there with you, Laura. I've spent time in jail as well. You know about the actions I've taken too. So the problem is, as effective as that is, the real effective action is legal action from the Attorney General. Do you have faith in the Attorney General? Do you expect there to be big shockers coming from the Durham investigation, Robert Barnes?
I've gone back and forth on that because I believe Attorney General Barr recognizes that the system has actually put itself in danger. The integrity of the Justice Department itself, the integrity of the FBI itself, the integrity of our judiciary, the integrity of the NSA, the CIA, and how it interacts with U.S. politics has been put in jeopardy. The relationship of Five Eyes has been put in jeopardy. So I think he recognizes now that he has no choice but to do something, and that something needs to have some big scalps. So I always remember Brad Pitt's line from Inglourious Bastards, I want my scalps and you're going to get me my scalps. I think that's what Attorney General Barr needs to do. He needs some big scalps. Now, Klein Smith is likely to be indicted, a sort of mid-level guy who is part of the corruption within the deep state, but they need somebody big. They need someone like Brennan, Clapper, Comey, McCabe, or someone from the Justice Department like Sally Yates.
And they're all caught red-handed. Trump has said it so many times. He said treason now 7 times. And that's the nice thing is Trump has put his name on the table where if they don't go down for their crimes, then Trump's name is sullied as well. I want to get 5 minutes from Savannah and then final comments from Laura and Bob before we sign off here. Savannah Hernandez, you've been waiting at the wings. You've been listening to everything here tonight. I know you got some news. What do you think about the topics of conversation in the current times we're in?
Today, honestly, I was listening in a little bit to this broadcast, and I think one of the things that I took away the most from this was Laura talking about how her potentially getting into Congress is a part of the bigger movement that's happening in America. It's a part of this movement of patriots, of people rising up, not wanting to see Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, AOC running our country, to see all of these basically communists in our streets. And, Owen, you and Alex do such a great job of laying all of this out. And I feel like I'm still on the street level of everything. And I went to Barton Springs today. Alex had me go and, he was like, go shoot a report over there, see if there's still people out front. And there was no one out front, but there was orange netting up. So I have a report on basically what I did there, because I reopened the park to people in Barton Springs. And I feel like that's what we need to do. Like at a base level is people need to start standing up. Civil disobedience, we've talked about it so much on this show. And, the average person really needs to stand up for America right now, because this is the time to do it. We have the election coming up. We've seen so much corruption from all angles. Laura Loomer, running for Congress is a great thing, and I'm really hoping that she gets in, because that is the breath of fresh air that we need. Just like back in 2016, we needed Donald Trump. We need Laura Loomer in Congress now to actually bring some truth and bring some, sanity to America and everything that's going on right now. So I would just say at the street level of things, people still need to stand up right now. And this has been a great broadcast, and I'm getting really excited for election season.
Well, and you mentioned, myself and Alex Jones. By the way, they mentioned your body is a bioweapon story. They mentioned my name in here. So it's just ridiculous. But, people can think we're crazy. But did you ever think that the government would shut down a tree? The government would shut down a blade of grass, a creek?
I have talked to Alex so many times on his own show and been like, Alex, I thought you were so crazy so many times, but everything that you've talked about has come true in terms of the government coming in, impeding on our constitutional rights, shutting down nature parks. It's ridiculous. That's what I did today, because I'm so tired of people sitting here and letting an orange net stop them from going out and enjoying nature. And again, this extends into face masks, and this extends into a bigger picture. But people really need to start standing up for what they know is right. And like I said, get Laura Loomer into Congress. We need that breath of fresh air right now. America is dying, and we need people like Laura Loomer. We need people like Owen Schroyer, Alex Jones, to breathe life back into our country, which is being overtaken by communists right now.
All right, Savannah Hernandez, thank you so much. Her channel at band.video, and does a lot of great work. You can follow there, and you're going to want to watch this video, folks. Trust me. She throws stuff around. She tears stuff down. We need more action like this. So thank you, Savannah. All right, we've got 5 minutes left here. I want to get 2.5 from Laura, 2.5 from Robert Barnes. Final statements, Laura Loomer.
Well, I just want to express my gratitude and my appreciation to you and Alex and Savannah and the entire Info Warrior community. As of now, just on this broadcast, you guys have helped me raise about $30,000 additional dollars for my campaign. And so these are just grassroots donations that came in during the course of this 2.5-hour long broadcast. And I want to give a shout out to a guy named Matt Lefever. He gave $5,600. That's the max donation to my campaign. If you have the means to do so, you know, every single dollar counts. And so whether it's $1, $5, $10, $100, $1,000, or the max of $2,800 and $5,600, please make a donation, because just like Savannah said, we need to breathe fresh air. Okay, we need to basically have patriots overtake the halls of Congress and get rid of this Marxist jihadist uprising that is destroying our country and plaguing it like a cancer from within. Because if we lose the White House, or we don't take back the House this election cycle, America's over. America's over. And it's people like you who are watching right now who are going to make it happen. It's not the elites in DC, it's the people.
Exactly. And if you can't support financially, say a prayer, share the links, and tell friends and family. Laura, thank you so much. God bless you. Laura Loomer for Congress.com. Robert Barnes, final statements.
Absolutely. The key is that what the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing people he did not exist. A great line from a film. In the same capacity, the greatest trick the system ever pulled was convincing you that you can't resist them, that you don't have the power, that the power is solely with them. The reality is, just like the sort of trick of slavery, was a small group of slave owners convincing the massive population that was slaves in front of them that, in fact, the power was with them rather than the power with the masses of people who, if they resisted, could, in fact, be successful. So the power you have is the ability to remember that you actually hold that power. So, for example, one way that's happened, one reason why Alex has built this up over decades, was to maintain the power of InfoWars and its audience independent from the control of big tech, independent from the control of big politicians, independent of control from the institutional press. That's why supporting it through InfoWarsStore.com provides that capacity. He combined that with the ability for people to support their own health by going to InfoWarsStore.com and having the products that enhance that so they could be outside of the pharmacological driven medical system and health system. The same is true politically. The same is true in terms of news. The same is true in terms of information. The same is true in terms of self-education. The same is true in the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, any of our Bill of Rights. They're only protected as long as we, the people, remember that what they are and assert them at each and every stage.
Exactly. It's just like muscle atrophy. If you don't work out, you don't run, your muscles weaken, and then you can't use them anymore. Robert Barnes, God bless you as well. Thank you for joining us tonight. And we'll see you. We'll see Laura again. We'll see Savannah Hernandez again as well. She covers breaking reports here at InfoWars, and she has a channel on band.video. All right, we're about to go to a special report. Before we sign off, I just want to thank the InfoWars audience. Again, none of this is possible without your support at InfoWarsStore.com. And just as a final word of encouragement, Alex earlier made the comparison, the analogy to The Edge of Tomorrow, a Tom Cruise movie, sci-fi. It's one of my favorite if you haven't seen it. But look, we've been here before. We've been here together. We've been here hundreds and thousands of times, folks. And it's a long, redundant war that we're fighting. But in the end, we do win, as long as we never give up. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Remember, InfoWarsStore.com, band.video, InfoWars.com. Thanks to everybody that tuned in. Thanks to everybody that contributed. And, of course, David Knight will be live tomorrow morning, the Alex Jones Show, and then the War Room, hosted by yours truly in the afternoon drive. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in.
And if they come out and said that pedo won, I'm telling you what, chick goes the gun. That's all I said. Click chick, click goes the gun. That's all I got to say about that.
Voting. I know all my
Absolutely.
family vote for Trump.
It's gonna be like
my
this. Look, in November, it's gonna be like this. Trump train, baby.
Hey, I've been seeing a bunch of Trump stickers on people's cars and like
That's-
stuff around here and flags and stuff.
That's all we're seeing. That's all we're seeing. That's all there is, man.
That's
Signs in the yard, all that shit.
Yeah.
I ain't Biden won.
Yeah, what you're seeing is the silent majority, man. The closet Trumper, the ones that are barely coming out of their closets now because they do see what's going on, and a lot of people are tired of it. And there's been videos that JT showed me that there's a lot. They're going into the suburbs, and these people in the suburbs where the police officers live, first responders, correctional officers, people with guns, the average citizen, they're going into their neighborhoods now, and they're not gonna have that shit, and I don't blame them.
Right. We don't need to allow that shit. And it's up to us, the American people, to stop this shit. That's why we were endowed by our creator, the Second Amendment. Yo, so is there something else you want to say? Something else on your mind? We got
Yeah, I'm
people in the back waiting.
I'm gonna listen. Yeah. Thanks for letting me on.
Time, man. Hey, Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm trying to keep it to one a person. That way we're not fighting over each other. But any other day, full panel. So, hey, thanks for hopping on, brother.
All right, later, Seal.
All right, I'll see y'all. Thank you.
All right, brother. Peace. Yo, Luciano, thanks for waiting patiently back there. What's going on, brother?
Oh, not much, not much. I feel prideful after yesterday. I did a almost 8-hour brisk walk. And by the way, my dad also did it once. So I guess I got that resistance/endurance gene from him. Endurance genetics. Hey, you know what? I want to dig endurance sports. Running, triathlon, swimming. Oh, swimming though. Swimming. I did 30 minutes of swimming before, I believe. Not bad, but definitely could improve my swimming game for sure.
So what did you do the walk for?
Just, to help me get... I use the walks... Well, first off, I'll tell you this. They help me with mental clarity. They improve my sitting and standing posture. And, they prepare me in tough times like this.
Who here has heard that black people run faster than white people?
Good.
Not using arbitrary reasoning, but you get my point.
And we all know it.
Oh, absolutely, man. It's, there's a lot of people right now that's getting out there, with their gear on or with their gear off and kind of getting that cardio ready, getting that workout, kind of, thinking, like I say, we got in the title, we got 81 days, I think it is, 81 days, and there's people training right now, getting ready.
Mm-hmm. So, what's on my mind? I actually had a conversation with another YouTuber, and we went on about how the police in America cannot be... The thing with the police in America is that they're so connected to the public eye that their actions count more than those of everyday citizens, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And if Godsnight wants to give a glimpse, feel free to do so. But, so basically, cops in America have so much virtue and so much influence. And I think, and I told the caller, I believe that some of the cops actually are paid actors. They're not real cops. And why do I say that? It's because why would you want to generate, controversy with a story involving a cop? If they're not paid actors, because cops have one duty: to protect and serve their community. That's it. There's no more rocket science to it. So, what I'm guessing is that they're trying to use some of those controversial stories to leverage us citizens into voting for more restrictive government positions, if you know what I mean. Because even she said one of the few solutions that the left and even the right does not want to talk about is giving the citizens more power.
Yeah, I also gotta throw this out there. There are people like the mayor of Chicago, Mayor Lightfoot, who said they only want to hire people that pledge allegiance to the New World Order, and that's her exact quote. So as we want to think that all cops are good and have America at heart, we have to understand some of those people are foul actors. And
That's
because
what
of
I'm saying.
comments like that, it makes me question the officer with the whole George Floyd event. Did he not play his role to cause this chaos, to make a
Exactly.
civil division?
And see, I also brought this. We also brought this up actually together. There's no difference in America between police and military. It's all part of the same industrial complex. Because the police training depends a lot of the military budget, if I'm not mistaken. Some of that military money gets used for police training and other police institutions.
And while you're bringing about military and police, I just find it so funny or hypocritical that the left want to refer to people like that as stormtroopers, or the police
Yeah.
are too powerful and things like this. However, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Barack Obama that gave these municipalities all this leftover military gear,
Exactly.
and all this other shit. So here he was militarizing our police department, but yet
Mhm.
somehow it's all Trump's fault.
Yeah. Like, come on, give us a fucking break. Right, no. And Obama never gave a shit about city councils actually wanting to reform police force. Nope. Oh, don't even get me started on how he ignored literal press conferences about police brutality. Oh, but Obama gave a flying shit about police brutality. What? I mean, he only talked like on 2 occasions about it. Don't even get me started on the Michael Brown conference he did. Oh my god.
The hands up, don't shoot. That was a
Yep.
fucking lie from the beginning.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The police in America are so leveraged, like one way or the other, and then, you know, yeah, like you said, we have to start acknowledging police are human beings too. The left actually loves creating that mega utopian distinction between cops and citizens, because let's face it, they're great. They make great pawns when you do that.
Absolutely.
And not just that, they want us to be a condition for those mega utopias, the utopias, those mega cities. That's what they're pushing for. That's why they want police to be militarized, to be the brute
It goes
force.
back. It all goes back to the mob rule. God's not. But remember, America is not a mob rule at all. We shouldn't be living under mob rule. It's a fucking constitutional republic.
Yeah, but Obama's the one that made the mob rule. He's the one that was for police brutality and for the citizens to attack the police for their said police brutality. So he was the one that's like, yeah, go ahead and shoot police, go ahead and kill police. It's okay.
No, I agree. I agree. You know, if if you want to combat police brutality, how about this? Start, like we said, start giving the citizens more power then in their communities, in their municipalities.
It's not about giving us power. It's about allowing us to exert our power, our constitutional rights.
I can agree with that. Yes, you're right. Because then, if you give the citizens too much power, then yeah, it can lead to anarchy and.
No. Not really. It wouldn't, because it's all down to our community law enforcement, and that's the sheriffs. Either they decide to stop a civilian uprising when it happens, if, like you said, quote unquote, if we have too much power at the end. But it's not about that. A lot of people are generally common sense and wise once they're able to do things for themselves. They don't really bother anybody. And on a community level, the community can step up and stop these people who are acting out. They can say,
Right.
hey, you know what, calm your shit, or we're going to turn you in. Simple as that.
Right? Like if there was a rapist running around your town, well, you're not gonna just let the rapist run free. You're gonna actually try to do the work to make sure either the rapist is held accountable for his or her actions, or, like I said, turn that person in.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah. If the community wants responsibility, then they're going to have to handle that responsibility. They can't say, oh, we know what, we don't want the police, and then say, oh, we want the police, like we see right now. We don't want the police, but when something happens to them, oh, we need the police. We're the police. We want the police. Can't be
Right.
having that. It's too much of a mess.
I agree. Yeah, man. America is too massive. It's a mass society, not a tribalistic society. If we had a more tribalistic society, maybe I could see that happening in theory, but America is a mass society. You need, for every municipality, you need a very, very well trained police force, and some for more specifics.
Hey, so Luciano, I got a first time person wanting to hop on. Jay Ricknuts is wanting to hop on. So you want to lead the people with a closing statement and then hop back on in a little bit?
Sure. I'll finalize my segment. Just all I gotta say is start practicing your constitutional rights as a citizen. Not a lot of people see. This is the problem with a lot of Americans. They like, even the RRC was saying this. Comfort is not always guaranteed. Oh, that comfort you have as a citizen, who provides you that comfort? The people, the government, the community. Who provides you that comfort? Ask yourself that. If you guys want to give it a shot, ask who provides the comfort. Feel free to do so. Keep peace for Trump and God's night. Like, we don't know who provides the comfort, right? That's an obvious question. So the illusion of comfort, yes, is a great manipulation tool. Why is that? Because when you have that comfort, you think you live in an organized society, but then again, society, like, every uprising happens, at the hands of other people. It doesn't just happen out of nowhere. So,
yeah, it's peaceful tyranny.
Yeah, peaceful tyranny. There we go. Thank you, Godsline. So that's all I gotta say. Like, get educated on your rights, constitutional rights, and get educated on, making your vote count. That's all I gotta say. Look, so I'm gonna get my U.S. citizenship, and I'm not gonna. If I'm gonna vote, then I'm not gonna just vote presidentials like most people do. I'm gonna vote locally. And in fact, I could consider skipping this year first, and work my way up with the voting blocks, leading on to 2024. Who knows? That could be just as another important election as this one. To each of his own. All right. Well, that's all I gotta say. Thank you, God's night. Thank you, Hibis, for Trump. My pleasure to talk to both of you. And remember, freedom isn't always free.
That's right. Freedom isn't free. I love that. Hey, and it seemed like last show towards the end, it was kind of more of an open panel. Feel free to hop back on, Luciano.
But wait, hold on.
You're welcome, brother.
Before I go, how about this? Not only is freedom not free, comfort isn't always guaranteed.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Love
Thank
it, brother.
Well,
Thank you.
It comes down to too that God never said we're gonna have comfort or anything like that. It's never been like that. So we're always gonna have to be uncomfortable in order to improve.
Yo, Jay Ricknuts, what's up, brother?
What's up, man? Nice to meet you. I don't even know your name and shit. I saw you from Brandon's channel one time and subscribed. I caught a few of your live streams before, but seemed like good people.
Absolutely, brother. I'm putting God, family in this country before anything else in life, so I guess I am good people, right? That's what I'm talking about.
That's what we're all about. My son, he's just looking. He doesn't know what I'm doing. Say hi, man.
Hey,
I guess he's a little nervous. Yeah. But basically, hey, you're down in what, Texas or something, right?
I'm a neighboring state, Louisiana.
Okay. I just want to know, like, are you guys getting ready for what could possibly be coming down the pike here?
Hey, it's like this, man. I'm not accepting Trump as a loser in this election, and I'm ready to water that liberty tree. That's something I preach about, and that's something I will stand by, man.
Yeah, I just, when they say the swamp and all, it's both sides. Like, we have a Republican governor. I'm in Boise, Idaho. And our Republican governor, no. He's, we tried getting this recall together. We didn't get enough signatures, so we had to burn them all, really, because we didn't want them targeting people,
Right.
And people feel all kinds of ways, but really, I went to this, I didn't even know shit about shit, really, until I was forced on unemployment 6-7 months ago. Kind of paying attention the last couple of years, and I go to this anti-lockdown protest, and there's a lot of groups getting together down here, and I've kind of been linking up with them. There's a group called People's Rights. It's Ammon Bundy. I don't know if you know him. I never fucking heard his name until I was watching a Tim Pool show fucking like 6-7 months ago saying we're going to pray on Easter in Idaho. And I was like, who the fuck is this dude? And I went to this anti-lockdown protest. And yeah, he got this group together called People's Rights. And basically it's just contacting people. You know, we're having barbecues. We're showing up to the right protest when our CDH tries coming down with these fucking mandates. We've all been showing up, fucking, you know, giving them shit. Recalling our Democrat mayor, our Republican governor, although that, you know, went to shit. But I don't know, man. It's just, I really feel like people need to be getting together in case, because what we're hearing here with the vaccine, dude, and I never thought about a vaccine fucking last year. My wife, you know, she's pretty Christian as shit, but she'd always be like, you know, the bare minimum, you know? And now after the past fucking this year, yeah, fuck that. That's not happening. We've been going to church now. I got baptized. Like, you know, I was kind of believing in God. I never went to church. My parents are, I'm from Pittsburgh, fucking big East Coast city, liberal fucking
That's
douchebags.
awesome, Jay. That's awesome.
But I met my wife and a lot of, I was in the army like, you know, 12 years ago when we met, had our first son, and had a lot of ups and downs, but, you know, we're here now. This year, I finally got my shit together a couple years ago, quit getting fucked up. Well, I'm still drinking, but, you know, and was about to get the VA home loan, and yeah, forced unemployment, just all this shit, and now we're looking at this. I'm waking up to so much, and I just, being an event and shit, dude, like, you gotta be ready, you know? Like, I hope you all have plenty of food supply, batteries, fucking flashlights, lighters, first aid, fucking 2A, all you can do, you know? Like, I don't know. I got a lot of friends of mine that I deployed with and shit that, they seem to be in the same mindset. I don't know. And then there's this group, Veterans Stand United on Facebook, that contacted me. That's pretty much people's rights. I don't know what to do about shit lately, dude. I just feel like I can't just sit by and watch the fucking world fucking turn into this shit when I got three young sons here. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, man, and that's kind of like my real big motivation, you know, is my children. I have 3 as well. My oldest is 14. My youngest is 2, about to be 3 the end of this month. And
Yeah.
I'd be damned if they grow up in a communist nation that is socialism and not capitalism.
Yeah. Or
Not
if they get this fucking vaccine and he's talking about that shit on your wrist, fucking no,
Yeah,
that's not happening, dude. And
the
I'll
ID
fucking
2020, the microchip, the quantum, you know, it's got many labels, but
The
we all
vaccine
know it's
pass.
the mark of the
The
beast.
vaccine pass.
Yeah.
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 Hey,
And see,
Rick,
like,
Rick, let me ask you something.
hey, here's my oldest. Hey, what's up? I'm on a live stream talking to people. I never
Hey,
did
Rick.
this shit.
So like you were saying, you didn't know much until it hit you at home, right? Until it finally hit you at home.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, you know, it hit everyone at home fucking the last. I mean, I looked at shit a year or 2 ago, but I just kind of brushed it off. But I do remember seeing the ID 20, you know, shit like that. And I just thought, like, oh, fucking vaccine certification, that's fucking stupid. And I blew right by it, you know? And now I'm like, well, they were definitely planning on this shit. There ain't no denying that, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, that vaccine thing's real tricky. My youngest, that's 2 years old, has not received not one vaccine. My older children are exempt from school of getting it, and you know the
How do
older
you get
people.
exempt? I mean, Idaho, I hear a lot of people come here to have medical freedom, but I don't know. I do know they're going to make it so that you can't go to school, you can't shop, whatever. I guess that's in the Bible. I don't know. I'm kind of trying to figure it all out, but that's what my wife's saying.
So
They're either fucking with people or this is real. You know what I mean?
So at first, these vaccines were made in America. Now they're made in foreign countries. Number one, China. China makes a lot of our pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
And to think that they're our best friends and have our health and our interests, that's crazy thought. But
No.
I did think it was like jumping through hoops to get your children exempt. You know, I should have did it sooner because all I had to do was print out this paper, sign it, and bring it to the nurse. It was so easy, man. It was so easy to get them exempt.
Because I know now that our 2-year-old, you know, I don't want no more than him. And my if my 11-year-old ever goes back to school, because you know this year is all kinds of fucked up. But You know, I know he's due to do the HPV at his age, and it's like fucking why? You know, fuck that. Just so many unnecessary things. So all right, I'll look into that. And like I said, there's a lot of these different groups getting together, and there's so much going on that it's been hard to follow through with things. I know we were trying to move because the VA home loan was supposed to happen this year, and like we spent honestly months trying to do that. My wife really wants to get out of the city. We're in Boise. I mean, it's a small city. I lived in Pittsburgh and fucking Denver area and shit. Like, this is a good place to be, you know? Like, they tried doing that BLM shit, and we had like 3,000 to 500 come down and shut that shit down quick. But yeah, man, I'm hoping you guys are getting ready, fucking reaching out with locals. I know that rights group, People's Rights, is in like 10 states now. I know it's like Florida, Utah, Washington, Oregon, Nevada. I don't know anything about Texas, but if you guys are interested, text the word rights to 80123. And like I said, Ammon Bundy formed it up. I'm new to all this shit. I'm glad I'm here in Idaho. We do have a little patriot movement happening right now. And I don't know. Just hope that's happening everywhere else too, you know?
Hey, it's better late than never, you know. And you know, like Luciano just said, why are vaccines mandatory, but people who are pro-choice on abortions? You know what I mean? Like, why can't we be pro-choice on vaccines? You know what I'm saying? But hey, I appreciate you jumping on. I got, you know, Sean Striker's back. Look, I suggest you go to Four Corners Reports.
Try this out and introduce myself because I've jumped on here a few times, but I don't really know y'all. But hey, I'm check in every now and then when I get a chance. Fucking, I hope y'all are good and talk to you later, bro.
Hey man, I love it, brother.
Hey Jay,
Thank you for coming on,
just
brother.
look into stuff on your own, man. If you got, you know, if you gotta hang with the group, hang with the group for like a community thing. But like I suggest to everybody, man, dive into everything you're on your own. Just research everything on your own.
Yeah.
All right, good seeing you, Jay. Take it easy, man.
Later, brother. Peace. Yo, Sean Striker, before you hop on, I was wanting to say to Jay, you know, go to our fellow friend Four Corners Reports. You know, they're doing something with national-assembly.net, and it sounds like some of the same stuff you're talking about. So that's one more group that you might be interested in right there. You know, I'm all about sharing the message. I'm all about raising everybody up with us, and you know, I think they might have something special going on over there. So check them out, Jay. Yo, Sean, what's going on, brother?
Hey, I want to say Jay's got some fire and some energy going on there. That's some high tempo, high caliber, high octane fuel. Ain't that some motivating shizzle?
Hey, I wouldn't expect anything from a fellow, you know, veteran, right?
Hey, God's night. I know you were listening to Lucy.
I screwed that statement up. I meant to say anything less, and I said anything. I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna retract that statement. Anything less from a fellow veteran.
We still understood it, man. We still understood it.
We forgive you. Hey, God's night. I know you're listening on Luciano. You know, it's a sad thing about the law enforcement community because the Supreme Court ruled that these guys no longer have to protect and serve. They no longer have to put themselves in harm's way for members of their community. So when you add that element on top of some people who may be in law enforcement for the wrong reasons, or you add that element on top of law enforcement being insulted by their local politicians, from mayors to city councils to governors, is it any wonder if the law enforcement are not legally obligated to step in harm's way, that they don't? There's a thought for you guys right there.
No, yeah, you're right, because we talked about it before, where how, yes, the police are militarized, yes, they're trained by military and military equipment, but they're a corporation now. They're not a community institution. And I talked about the post office. The post office used to be a community institution, you know, on state level, community level. Now the post office is a corporation. They've already corporatized all these supposed federal institutions into a corporation where they take federal money, they take federal funding, but it's all funneled somewhere else that nobody knows where this money is going.
And of course, the mind blower is even city government, county government, and the federal government. So they're all corporations. I want to throw this at you guys. You know, it's been over 10 years, at least out here in Riverside, California, since they've had the shield on the side of the cruisers that says protect and to serve. They removed that. It's just, you know, a seal of the city. So if again, if you know, it's not that people in law enforcement are bad. It's just that their hands are constrained by a bunch of lawyers, you know, our friends in the bar, creating all these subclauses, these subsections, these loops and hoops that they all have to, you know, step their way through and jump their way through in order to make a, you know, legal arrest that doesn't come back to bite the city government in fines or in lawsuits and thus deplete the city governments. If you want to, you know, go to the roots of what happened with Ferguson, you had the issues with the suspect resisting arrest, but you also had the police doing overly aggressive arresting to create ticket revenue. So it's a, you know, it's a twofold issue right there. And that's replaying in front of us with all these current cases. We saw the little 5-year-old boy recently. He was, you know, on his bicycle next to the neighbor's yard. The neighbor executed him in front of his sisters. And you don't see riots across the nation right now. But if they had reversed it, you know, that they would have blown it up in the media, just like a, you know, an arrest with a suspect resisting, and we'd have ourselves another narrative going on right now. So, you know, keep your fingers crossed, guys. We are on a tinderbox, but as long as we can keep the powder dry, we'll keep it from blowing up. Hippies, you got a look on your face there like you want to add to it, so I'm going to give you a second there. It's your show, man. Come on.
Like that other. It's like that other gentleman who was just in his apartment playing Xbox or whatever with his wife. The neighbor called. When you listen to the dispatch, the lady said, he goes, I need a cop to come out because of a noise dispute. I have work in the morning and I can't sleep. And the lady goes, does it sound like abuse? And he goes, if that's what it takes to make y'all come out faster, yeah, it sounds like abuse. So when the cops get there, the gentleman has his gun on his hip. I mean, hell, it's his house. The cops are beating on it like they're madman. And so, you know, when he gets there, when he opens the door and realizes it's the cops, he gets on his knees and he's putting his hands out, to comply, and he gets shot 3 times in the back. You know, but because he was white, there was no national coverage of it. Just like that the child. You know, it's a sad day in America when someone could just go up to your infant, 5, 6-year-old, and just execute them. What the hell, man? What the hell?
Well, you know, that's where they've gotten us. You know, when they're letting prisoners out of prison because, you know, they're afraid they'll catch COVID-19, but they were willing to put Roger Stone in prison.
So we're sure that there's somebody being arrested
for a nonviolent offense. That's when you know you're living in an upside down world where, you know, people are made into commodities. And if you interrupt the supply chain of that easy DC money, you know, they'll mess with your neighborhood from the top down or from the bottom up. They send in instigators.
So is it 18,000 in just California alone that's been released?
Yes, it is.
For California, yep. And it's already past that due date. They already released them all pretty much.
So, are we releasing these prisoners so the people that want to stand up for this country have a spot in the jail cell?
Well, also, those people are going to remember who released them, and they're going to have a sense of loyalty to the man that, you know, signed off on their stays being shortened. So keep in mind, some of these people say they get rounded up because they're burning down the neighborhood. They go to prison. Oh, you can't be here, COVID-19. They let them right back out so they can continue their operations. It's the revolving door of prisons that we had in the 80s during the crack epidemic.
Yeah, there's gonna be more. There's gonna be more bad stuff going down by the end of this year in California.
Yeah, they'll riot regardless of which way November goes. But, you know, that doesn't mean the rest of you guys across the country, you know, make sure you're prepped, like Jay was saying. And then B, you know, get involved at your local level, whether it's Bikers for Trump, Women for Trump, you know, getting with Ammon Bundy and the other Bundys, learning your rights. getting with the National Assembly, and getting started up at your county level assemblies. There's all different types of organizations. You guys are going to have to remember, you got to step up. It's not about being the guy who only does one thing. You're going to have to do multiple things now. This is where you got to learn how to juggle, you know? So I can't advocate that enough. You want to learn the stuff for the county assemblies, you go to national-assembly.net, find your state in the forums, and go look to see what's going on with your county. You want to, get plugged in with the, Women for Trump. If you're a lady, they're a good group. If you want to get yourself plugged in with Hippies for Trump, you're obviously in the right place. And then there's also other outlets, Just Another Channel. They cover a lot of parades and protests. You can also follow the InfoWars family of stuff. There is a lot of things out there right now, guys. If you look for it, you will find answers. There are people going, hey, I want to, hide my cell phone signal. All right, there's several lines of Faraday cages out there for sale. You got other people, oh, I want to, learn about water. Well, there's several brands of water filter that's out there. There's all these different things. You just have to go out and do it. Whether it's buy a product, whether it's form a group, whether it's organize your household a little better, whatever it is, you have to do it. There's no more time to sit down. November, this is August, guys. We got November. That means September and October, your prep time. So we got less than 100 days, 90 days? What's the count at, guys? Is it 80 something days now?
I think it's I want to say 78, maybe.
I think it's 81, but I
Something like
might be
that.
wrong.
I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. I think it's less, but I don't know. I
Yeah.
lost track, man. I haven't been keeping count of that. I just know
Look,
that the days have been going by too fast.
Well, the way I'm going to put it for you guys is November 3rd is the election. 3 days before that is Halloween. Halloween will have a full moon, a hunter's moon. The occultists are really big on that, and some occultists like to set fires on Halloween. So, make sure you guys are at least prepped, I would say, by Columbus Day. Try to get yourself, set yourself a timetable to be ready even earlier, and that way you don't get taken by surprise or off guard. Out here in California, we're having a little bit of trouble prepping because they've limited our firearm collections, as God's Knight knows. My other stuff I'm good to go on,
Yeah, I'm pretty good at going a lot of most things too.
That's how it is. Yep. You can't get comfortable in your prep. Prep and double check.
Since what, July and now early
Oh.
August, we've had a lot of fires here. A lot of fires. A lot.
Yeah. I wanted to throw a rabbit hole at you guys too. I've heard that the Central Bank of Lebanon over there was near the impact site in Beirut, and supposedly their bankers seized the assets of the people involved with the Russian ship and all the other stuff that were involved in that whole situation. Might be something to look at, see if those people are connected to anything else. Maybe there was more of a reason for a strike to happen there than we are being told at the moment. But the info's out of Reuters that, yeah, their bank didn't get hit, but the bankers were inspired to make a move to seize assets. So something's going on out of that situation in Beirut, guys. Something to keep an eye on.
Yo, I mean, I think it was an attack. I think it's funny or coincidental, which I don't believe in coincidence, how all of a sudden there's peace in the Middle East today when we just saw that attack in Lebanon. And I don't know, man.
Well, every time, you think everything's peaceful, something's going to happen. Either we're going to make a move or the globalists are going to make a move. It's going to be like that until one side claims victory. So I'm going to let you know, guys, if you work hard, victory is ours. If you guys slack, well, we'll get what we get. So I'd rather that we work hard and we succeed. Trump 2020, keep America great. Hippies for Trump, Just Another Channel, national-assembly.net, infowars.com, Chase a Patriot, all y'all. We're all one big family for this country. Let's get it together, guys. We got, 80 days? So I'll meet you at the finish line. Let's go. I'm out.
Yeah, somewhere around there. All right, there's Striker.
Later, Striker. Appreciate you hopping on, man. So I just dropped the link. If anybody would like to hop on, all you got to do is click that StreamYards link. It's very simple, very easy. Click your camera icon. When it pulls up, it's through your web browser. And so when it comes on, just click your camera icon if you don't want to show your face. But any topic, any caller, total First Amendment show. It doesn't have to be about the peace in the Middle East. It doesn't have to be about the election. You can solely jump on to promote your channel, your business, your website, your music, whatever it is out there that means most to you. So, whew, what's going on, guys? Night, man. We had some great people so far, huh? Only an hour into the show, man. We had about 5, 6 people hop on. Nothing but great people, man. Nothing but great people.
Nothing has been explained lately. I've been recording and nothing has been.
Yo, we got Totally Todd. What's happening, man? What's going on? Nothing but great people. Hey, you gotta mute your background, man. Yo, we got Totally Todd. What's happening?
What's up, Todd Pod?
Nothing but great people. Hey, you gotta mute your background, man.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Yo, we got Totally Todd. What's happening? You got it playing on another page or another web browser or something.
Yeah, probably on
There it is.
the
There it is.
YouTube.
Hold on. I got it.
Hey! Oh, and he clicked off. Hey,
Yeah,
that's not
he had
good.
his YouTube. He had his YouTube open.
Yeah, the YouTube's still going. Click it again, Todd. What's up, man?
It's been a while since Todd's been on. It's good to see him on again.
Yeah. Yo,
Hey, what's up,
he's
Tara?
back. Hello.
You
got
get to
the
go,
floor,
Todd?
brother. What's up?
Are we talking to me?
I'm talking to the one and only.
Yeah, you're the only Todd here, man.
Freaking the GK and the hippies 4. Wow. Hey, it's been too long, man. Things have been heavy, but man, who cares? Things are really heavy in the world. So you're not worried about little stuff. We'll all be all right. How are you guys doing? I wanted to talk to you.
I think I'm doing great. Can't speak for God's night, but yeah, it's definitely getting heavy, and I don't think it's even started yet. Shit, we got 80 days to the election. Still waiting on that, what is it called, October surprise or something like this.
Man, and I'm worried about September. I'm like, hey, but it's every week surprise. In the last 4 years, so what is this October surprise stuff that we used to know? It's like complete bullcrap. It's every day.
Absolutely. And if we look towards Antifa, right, they put out that thing today. They want 51 days of fire or something like this at the White House or something.
No, but and they show it on fire. You can't do this, man. What world are we living in? That's a nice shirt right there. But all
That is
y'all
a nice shirt.
Hey, man, hey, check this out. This is a shirt that came from that right there, man.
Right there.
All they do is make shirts.
For sure.
Speaking of shirts, I'm still waiting on mine.
Hey, it's right here, man. It's right here. Look, you want to know the truth, bro? This is the truth. I go and do this badass custom remodel job. You just seen it the other day or whatever, and built this badass shower, a whole new section of
It
a
looked
house.
nice, man. That looked nice what you were doing over there.
That fucker told me
That
I
tile
had to
work,
wait.
the tile color, that was nice.
He said I gotta wait a month for my paycheck, man. So I got a couple of things that are waiting to be shipped, and it's just kind of got me in a fucked up spot, man. To be honest,
It's all
like,
good, dude. It's all good.
don't tell me that when I'm like leaving the job. You know what I'm saying? Tell me that when I start the job. You know what I'm saying? Not when my helper's ready for a paycheck. You know?
Yeah, because I was looking forward to wearing it on stream. I was like, man, where's my shirt? I want to wear it already.
GK, man, dude, you that would make an awesome shirt. Just what I'm looking at, right? I mean, I've seen your face and whatnot, but that's bad. But what I think, I want to tell you guys, I think Jesus is coming back with an army of really pissed off children, right? The abortion, and it even says in the word, this is like, just food for thought. I'm getting out of their way. Whoever, you know what I mean? Just food for thought, being funny. That's all.
No, you're right. I agree. We can't be in the way. We can't be in the way.
Man, and I'm getting out of their way. But I'm getting out of their way anyway. Man, how you guys been?
And so I
I'm doing
seen
pretty
your
good.
comment about
Doing pretty good.
Texas or whatever. You want to expand on that?
I'm in Texas. You talking to me?
Yeah, you said something about succeeding or something like that.
Oh yes. Okay. All right. So, um, before the 2016 election, well, I'm a South Austin kid. We had the South Austin secede thing. So the secede thing was always in my mind. I didn't even know what it means. And then as we get on to 2012 and whatnot, it's like by treaty, no, Texas secede. When they aerial blockaded us, I can't remember what year it was. Guys, the years have dragged on. What I mean to say is maybe it was 2001 or shortly after, but we got aerial blockaded. We weren't going to have TSA putting their hands on our children's genitals. How unreasonable is that? Well, it's perfectly reasonable. But we were threatened. I guess it was by Obama. I don't think it was by Bush. We're threatened with aerial blockade if we did not allow. Guys, I'm not too far off. I'm in the ballpark. Don't hold totally tied to. But we basically got aerial blockade. We had to. I think it was. What was his? He ran for president, and we wanted to give him props for standing up for this. But then he was the Gardasil, or not Gard, the HPV vaccine guy that said it was mandatory when it absolutely wasn't in hundreds of Texas. What was that dude's name? Perry, right? Was that
Rick Perry?
That's Perry. So you'd think I had enough. So during that time, I mean, he stood against the aerial blockade. But since then, I was Texas secede. Then, but I thought we were alone. I had listened to all of our all the people we listened to, and I thought I was alone. I didn't know there's really cool people like the other two people on the screen right now. I'm not actually. I'm a dude they know. I'm not their peer. Dang it, these guys are cool. They tell us that they're going to aerial blockade us if we don't let TSA put their hands down our children's. I'm not even a parent, man. But one of the men on the screen is, and no, you're not touching my kid. Wow, so Texas secede. So what we're getting now, just since they have announced Kamala Harris, it seems we're getting, California and these western coast states will secede. Well, let me tell you why that's not going to happen. They are strategically hugely important to the rest of the United States. The only deep water port on the West Coast is I think it's in San Francisco, and the Chinese have already bought it. And no, so you can't by law secede. We already fought a war in the 1860s over it. The Republic won. No more slavery. We are the Union. And we're not going to give you our only deep water port. And no, it's not going to happen. But Texas could leave legally. Wow, that's different. I'll fight a war to keep them from seceding, but I'll fight a war so that Texas can. But Texas can do it legally. That's weird. I'm just saying we're not going to give China our only deep water port on the west coast of the continental United States. That's not going to happen. We're basically
the deep water and the energy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But it's interesting with that dam, the Hoover Dam. That's in. Is it in Nevada? Or we could make Nevada, in my opinion, green, desert lands, and cut Colorado off. I'm sorry, Colorado. That's California. But Colorado's acting a lot like California, though. No.
Oh yeah, a lot of them are, man. That's the problem with this. It's spreading everywhere. It's spreading everywhere. Like you're talking about the surprises. Like I tell Hippie and I tell other people, they're pushing their time clocks forward every time Trump says no to something, or civilians act out like, hey, we're not gonna do this shit anymore. We're kicking your Antifa, your BLM out of our neighborhoods. So they're losing the initiative on this already. They've lost it. and people are tired, so they're gonna have to move their timetables up even more now.
You know, there was not a person on this panel right now, and then so many other people we know that didn't know. You can say Trump got elected in 2016. Okay, now the fight begins. Okay, those are easy words to say. Now the fight begins. Say them. Now the fight begins. Okay, what do they look like? Nobody saw a less than flu virus shutting down the whole world. It's they kind of, we got some curveballs, right? If baseball is the national pastime and we want to talk about, we got some nasty little curveballs. That dude is still standing up there at the plate swinging at. Wow, we didn't see this coming. Preppers planned, oh, there'll be a pandemic. No, one that would actually kill people, you know, and not one that was a complete hoax that nobody died, but everybody fell for it. Nobody saw that coming. And look where we are. This is crazy, man. It's really wearing on me. This has stressed me since May to a point. It has stressed me psychologically and emotionally. Just it's.
You know, as someone that was 16 years old when the big event happened in early 2000 of September, and all that American pride and patriotism and looking out for each other, if you would have told me, 20 years ago, we would be seeing a communist revolution in our streets, ah, I would have laughed. I would have laughed. I would have laughed.
Seriously, man. We'd have gone to the bar and got drunk. What a joke.
In 20 years, I mean, this country, and like I've stated before, when people would say, Obama brought us back 50 years or whatever, I never really understood exactly what that is. But yo, man, everything is upside down. What's good is bad and what's bad is good. And it's like, and then today we get peace in the Middle East. We get this treaty, and it's just like, how many more prophetic things have to take place before we realize, whoa, this might be, I don't know, man. Crazy shit's happening.
It doesn't have to be
I
prophetic,
don't
man.
want any of it, man.
Too many kids are dying, man. They're sacrificing the children. Every day in the public eyes, in the media, they're sacrificing children right there. To me, that's just too much already. That's beyond too far.
But I mean, God apparently is willing to accept the blood of so many children because they were doing it 1,000 years ago in South America. It's just never. Oh, these people have never stopped with what they do. It's I guess they get their most energy from the suffering of children. They've been doing this forever.
But yeah, look at dude's eyes and his face. The one that killed the little 5-year-old boy.
Oh my
You can
God.
tell that that's not human. That wasn't human in that shell. It wasn't.
You know, that's for the duration of the human beings directly involved. That's a scar for life. We all have our scars. I have many, but I don't. Like, oh, you don't have yours, or my way of dealing with them is that doesn't matter. But you don't heal from that. You'll never heal. And this is why vengeance is Christ. We can't. I would get mad. I would do things wrong. I would vigilante, right? It's wait. Vigilantes are kind of there's a. You understand what I'm saying, folks? It's a real fine edge there, man. Are you right or are you wrong? Vengeance is Christ. But he said, don't you harm a hair on a kid's head. I'm like, man, I should have slapped my 8-year-old brother. So I mess a few hairs on his head up. I might be in trouble.
That was your brother?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I have two badass little brothers, man. They were
Well,
born before
that's
my
fine, man. That's
birthday.
family. You know, that's family.
Yeah,
That's
well, he was being
you
it.
know.
I wasn't. I slapped him upside the head. I harmed hairs on, but I ain't trying to tie a stone around my neck and jump in the ocean. My bad. He went on to the army. He's a good guy. God's night, man. How you been, brother? Wait, whoa.
Pretty good, pretty good. Just hanging in there, man. Just sick and tired of all the shit. Just I don't even want to really go and look at it anymore or research it or go over it like I used to. It's the same thing, just getting worse.
Well, brother, as far as I can see, um, I'm only talking to you. As far as I can see, it doesn't really matter. But I went on some adventures. Hippies has been on them. Try. I don't know. Want to do something for God to. The ego comes into play, so that I could look in the mirror and say that I did something. Um, we went on these trips, and I kept feeling more and more beat up. And I came back from this trip on the 4th, and I just felt like a ball of negative energy. When everybody we know, all right, actually everybody we know, but these yourself hippies, you're just everybody is positive. They're and little just a ball of negativity, man. So tried to step away for a while, but I don't know how to help. I don't know how to help us win. I don't seem to have enough.
Maybe the thing is, it's not really about winning, man. What really matters as long as we're doing the right thing, because it's already in prophecy. Like David White yesterday, he was on here, and he made a good point. It's in prophecy already. It's in God's word. We're gonna lose this regardless, no matter how hard we fight. The real thing we're supposed to be doing, and one of the main missions that everybody's responsible for, is we're fisher of men. We're supposed to bring people to God. That's our job. That's our priority. Now, winning or losing is the bonus in that, because now we can see as a people what we need to fix or what we need to work on as a people, or just accept the loss, or enjoy the win and keep doing things right. Stay the course.
Um, yes, sir. Well spoken, and I understand. We do have one call on this planet, and it is to bring others to Jesus. That's kind of hard for me. Interesting, but yeah, that's. Well, wait a minute. We're made in the image of God, and our number one is to praise and worship and love Him. But we're also help me here, guys. I'm brainstorming. We'll straighten it out. Right.
No, it's fine. I mean, we all have a job given to us by God as a people, His people, or His chosen, because we're the Gentiles that were grafted in. So we all have individual missions as well. We're all tasked with something only we're able to do. So I mean, maybe that's part of where you're thinking, where as an individual you're not sure what you want, what you're supposed to be doing, and all I can say is that's between you and God until He starts revealing it to you. Or maybe you've seen it but you're not sure about it. Then keep asking Him about it. Mine is I'm supposed to be helping people and protecting them when the time comes. So I'm one of those warriors that's supposed to fight and defend at the same time. And I'm ready for that. I'm
I like
prepared for that.
warriors. I made the stupidest thing, and this is words have meaning. And I asked my father, you know what? I have failed. I have gotten all these things wrong. I asked for one thing. Please, at the end, let me be a warrior for you. Well, warrior is not defined, is it? As you defined it, different from them being behind a rifle with so careful what you wish for. Interesting is you would like direction. I would, Father, okay, please, I want to be a warrior for you. Can I get the handbook and the directions? maybe it is, as you say, to live better than I do and kind of get my stuff straight, and then be a better example, and maybe bring people along. People that already know that there's going to be a fight, but don't necessarily understand it's a spiritual fight.
Exactly. Everybody's looking forward to or wants this physical fight, and it's not going to be a physical fight at first. Right now and after, it's always going to be a spiritual battle, no matter what. Even when the smoke clears or the dust settles, it's always going to be spiritual.
But brother, even people I don't think I can reach through just because they watched me. I'll be 45 this year, man. You're talking about kids only 10 years younger than me. They watched what I did in the 20s. I don't have credibility. I have had to climb. Just do the math. Years and years of not being a drug addict and slowly climbing up to gain respect again. Because, well, I didn't have stuff. I did it completely correct. I mean, if you're going to do it incorrect, I was hardcore. That's not my point being. It's hard to gain respect from people just to be like, hey, you need to bullets, beans, and band-aids. Oh, and you need Jesus. Well, it's hard enough to convince them for the bullets and beans and band-aids, so I have to be realistic. You can't give away something you don't have type stuff, right? So it's
if you got Jesus, though, man, you can give him away because he's supposed to be. He's already given us that authority to pass him on to others, and that's all we need to do. If we just have to plant that seed, we've already done our job, mission complete. But if you can help that person that is like, for example, they're showing you they're interested, but they're being standoffish, you still have an opportunity. But they're like, nah, F you, screw you, man, get out of here. I'm gonna kill you if you don't leave because you're talking about Jesus and all. But you already planted that seed once you said Jesus' name to them, so you're good. You can't help those who do not want to help themselves. At the same time, we cannot help people if we're unable to help ourselves first either. We have to fix and correct ourselves before we do that. But we can still use the name of Jesus anyways, because that's the key in it. So we could be a sinner still and still be sinning. But if we're trying to improve ourselves while in sin or entertaining sin, but we understand that Jesus is helping us and that he's real and we've accepted him, we could use that still. There's nowhere in the Bible that says, oh, because we're sinners that we can't believe in Jesus. We just have to fix ourselves in order to be better, to show others that Jesus is real. So they see him in us. You know what I mean?
Yes, brother, I heard you. It makes me mad I can't make a mountain move. I like to watch Star Wars movies, and I don't think about the Force. I'm just like, hey, man, I don't want to get up and pick that lighter up. Why is that lighter not in my hand? God has given me this, and a lack of faith. It's like, no, man, I know Jesus. Anyway, yeah, it gets interesting, but I don't think I can make the mountain move today.
Just plant seeds, man. That's all you got to do. We're farmers anyways. So just plant the seed.
Funny you say that. I planted some jalapenos and I have my first little green sprout.
There you go, man. It's not as hard as a lot of people who, like, I've talked to people who go to school to get education in religion. That's not real religion. That's not real knowledge. It's good to get educated in it, to understand it. But that'd be like me going to school to get educated and working with wood or become a mechanic. Yeah, that's good to have the knowledge. But are you truly applying that knowledge to the people the way it's intended to be? Or are you applying it because you think that's the right thing that you think should be done? I'm saying being led by the Spirit is how you're supposed to deliver it.
GK, having had a business degree, I think a bachelor's at Stephen F. Austin, my own dad went on to Texas Christian to seminary to be a preacher, and this was after. Everything you just said really rang true with me. He didn't run a business, and then he didn't. Anyway. Texas Christian University, Southern Methodist, Baylor. We have a lot of religious universities in Texas. If you think about it.
Yeah, California's the same way, man. I'm still working on a master's, but I put that on hold in business. So I'm still a bachelor's in business, halfway through my master's. But I put that on hold because I just don't see that being beneficial to me right now, especially right now with what's going on. I mean, right now I'm unemployed because of all this crap, and I'm not gonna go back to work to subject myself to wearing a mask and taking antibody tests every freaking day. I'm not gonna do that. And then once vaccines come out, hey, you know what? Now you have to vaccine to be working here. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not.
Man, a month ago we were gaining ground on the masks, and now we seem to be losing ground on the masks. Dollar store has Tom's unfluoridated toothpaste, and they aren't masking. Walmart isn't masking. HEB is masking, and that's killing me. I need my.
Yeah, speaking of Tom's, man, I use Tom's of Maine. I love that toothpaste. It's good. It's organic. It's fluoride free. It works good. I like it.
It's. I mean, it's. You can't get it at Walmart. You can't get it at HEB, which I love HEB in
Uh,
Texas.
I still go in my stores with no mask. I
It,
shop with no mask.
we can't do that. I wanted to do a thing, and I still would, but if they're gonna push this into the next month, well, I have two M95 nuclear biological gas masks that actually would stop any virus.
Yeah.
They actually would work.
Well, yeah, because you have NCBRN
So when
rated. Yeah.
Karen mass shames me, I kind of want to be like, you're right. Let me go put on a mask test. But you also have to hit them with the information, have the documentation. Okay, I have friends who are activists. One of them is up there, and another one we all know is just in their brand, and they're good at this. They get your documentation, and they're good at this. Todd gets an idea, he can't really just go make it happen. But yeah, you M95 them and mass shame them because their shit don't work and yours does. It's like, but you're talking to the brain dead, so it's not. What's the point in having a rational debate?
Yep. And like I said, man, if they don't want to be helped, don't help them. If you have to just say, hey, you know what, Jesus loves you, or you know what, I love you because Jesus loves you. He loved you first, so I can love you, and that's it. You know, whatever you need to do, just plant that seed, man. That's all we got to do. There's if we don't even plant that seed, we've already blown it for ourselves.
You're
So
right.
if you can just plant that seed, man. That's all you got to do. Put it in the dirt.
Bro,
Walk away.
I've been planting seeds, with my wife for 11 years. And the last month she came around. So never think you're not doing the right thing. Keep planting them like God's not saying. And eventually they will sprout and grow.
Hey, this lady that my mom works with she's overwhelmed with jalapeno peppers, and they're amazing because they have all the flavor, but they're not hot. And we're just getting bags of them, and I put some seeds in a pot and got it wet. I got my first sprout, man, like yesterday. That's what hippies is talking about. That's what's up. I want to see those peppers grow, man. Put those dang peppers in
Yeah,
them.
everybody's going crazy, especially Booty Juice Todd for you, his or her chats.
Oh, I'm with you guys on that. I can't even see all that.
Yeah, that's what I told him right now.
Oh, don't want to. Oh, I am sipping on a beer.
So one of the guys.
But yeah,
I got
man,
dude here.
don't ever feel like you're falling short on doing what you're supposed to do,
I'm
Todd,
five
because
foot six,
that's
man. Would you just call me short?
They're being taken
yeah,
one by
I
one.
did. I'm 5'7".
Hey, man, you and hippies, man. We're looking up at everybody. I wanted to see my brother. I need some distance from all this craziness, man. You go to it was not cool in DC. Oh, I mean, people white and I'm sorry, it's a black and Hispanic town. And I was about to get my never mind.
Yeah, it's hard to get away, man. I mean, Hippie left to Florida. He's right back in it again. Who else? Unspecified went on a trip.
Well, like I said,
He's right back in it again.
try
It's
to
hard to get away
if
from
he
it, man.
can,
Stuff
I mean,
happens. I had a plan. It was no. It was 495. And I was like, I'm going to unsubscribe. 494. Everybody thinks I'm mad. And then I was watching every day, sneaking up. And I'm like, oh, dude, I'm going to be the 1,000. I'm going to be the. And then all of a sudden, somebody gives just like, it's like it completely ruined my ID right now, Amy. Because I had a plan. I'll subscribe again. I wanted to be number 1,000.
oh, wait, Hippie Man, JT has sent you some emails on some videos that if you could go over, but she wasn't sure about you playing them really about a copyright strike. But I told her, I don't know how YouTube works, but like if you do play without sound, you're okay. I'm not sure how that works.
Oh, I'm having a hard time trying to figure that out too because 2 videos ago I got a copyright strike for some music video that I didn't even play the lyrics for, and I got hit with it. But I think it's because it was a music video. I believe it was something Sean Stryker asked me to watch. But this is from JT right here.
Uh, oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, there's some good stuff right here, man.
I think in order for a content creator to give me a copyright strike, they have to like see me play it and then turn me in or whatever the term is, you know.
Officers are taking lawful action. Do not interfere. Officers are taking lawful action. Do not interfere.
Helicopter flying around to the city. These things is getting out of control from police against protesters.
So that's the first clip right there.
Yeah, it's
From the
kind of
one
good to see the police in Portland actually pushing back on them finally.
But why?
I know that's
Why?
what I was telling JT. It's strange that the police, just the police this time, not the camouflaged or the federal officers in National Guard uniform, military fatigues. It's just the regular PD. And why all of a sudden they're aggressive makes no sense because now Portland will release these people that get arrested. So why are the police making a big effort now? I can understand they can be aggressive now and kind of, you know, beat them a little bit more than before, but it still doesn't make sense.
It
I
really.
have a question.
Yeah,
May
go
I?
ahead. Yeah.
I don't know the laws. I don't know. Okay, so we have the Constitution, but then we go, we elect our county sheriffs. It's I don't understand, but at some point, if it seems to me, if the city county officials aren't guaranteeing the constitutional rights of a U.S. citizen, that the federal government does have constitutional authority. That's what I'm not making a statement. This is me brainstorming, and it just okay. So and they pulled the.
Yes, we are live right now.
I don't know what's up.
Yeah, I kind of understand. They all agree to be when they became officers. It doesn't matter if they're federal or state or community or whatever. They swore to uphold the Constitution, so therefore, by automatic, they are supposed to uphold and go by the Constitution, but they're not. Sheriffs do, and we've been seeing that sheriffs have been constitutional to most of their people that they were elected by. Now it's only the sheriffs. But we talked about this too. Most police officers now or police departments are corporations. They're federalized now.
Exactly, they're incorporated. Well said. Yeah. I mean, I don't exactly understand what that means, but I know it's really bad. It means they are there to produce money.
Well, that and they don't have to protect us now. Like Stryker said,
right? They're to protect the system.
Yep.
And to produce money. So yeah, right. That's what you're saying, right, bro?
Well, they didn't really stand up until the day before Trump was about to send a shitload of federal agents in the military. So I guess they took the threat serious
If there are
from
no
the White
respect for
House,
white, should
and
why is it okay
I
for
guess
them
that's
to
why
talk
they
to black
decided to
people?
really
So if you
stand
guys
up.
feel like you can
But it could be more than that too.
well, we know.
Something's gonna happen. They're gonna piss off these protesters, so-called peaceful protesters, and they're gonna come back with heavy artillery.
So here's the second footage. It's 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
You are in violation of ORS 166.0223. This is still an unlawful assembly. You're subject to arrest or citation. Disperse from the area. Disperse from the area. Stay off the sidewalk. Fucking coward! Look at this little shirt. She needs to be carrying on. You have no fucking
Holy man, now they get to be a little bit more aggressive.
Do not interfere. Officers are taking lawful action. Do not interfere. 22-year-old piece of shit.
You know, they need to get a little bit more tougher with these fucking commies, and they really need to get them off our streets, man.
I agree with you, Sean. When they get them on camera and arrest them, that does not help the people they beat that night.
Yeah, like Millennial One said, these people think they aren't establishment. Shake my head. You know what boggles my mind the most? These people are like fighting the big government and all this. Like the people at the top are not gonna change when the fucking commies have it their way. Yeah, I might have my head swing or roll or whatever, but theirs is next. Like the oppression is gonna be so much stronger if these fucking commies get their way, man. What the fuck?
Man, in 1990 or 91, I'm chasing around Rage Against the Machine like, oh, this is good. Oh, no, screw it. Nah, I literally was a history buff, and I should have known better. These guys are pushing communism, and I know history. It doesn't. The song's still jammed, and the parties were cool, but no, man, it's ridiculous bullcrap.
Yeah, communism has no room for the useful idiots. So they'll be first, like we've been talking about. Like I tell you guys, the useful idiots are the first ones to go. Because what do you need a useless group of militants for that all they do is shout and scream and want everything for free? You, people like you, Todd, Sean, me, we're gonna be the workforce. We're gonna be the slaves. We're the ones gonna be in the camps.
No,
We're
they're
the
gonna
ones that are gonna be.
back.
Oh, yeah, me too. But I'm just saying, most of us that were, patriots or conservatives or, Republicans or right leaning, that's going to be the workforce. The useful
We
idiots,
are in
they're gonna
we
be the
are
example.
in
Say,
a
hey, you know what? If you're gonna act out against us, this is what's gonna happen to you.
They're your brown shirts, but
I have no idea.
and that's the thing. It's
That
I
runner that
just
you see in front of me
you don't
is
read a history
Florida
book, then you don't
District
know. You're Nazis, National German Socialist Workers Party, wanted to be on the winning side of the left, and then you had your
Yeah,
communists,
when I
and
was there.
they freaking
But
hate
I
each
know
other.
they
So you have your communists screaming free market capitalists are Nazis, but they've always been.
if I
That's
try to
just
go into my
we're
settings, I
preaching to
won't
the choir here. I'm not telling
be able to
you, GK, or
my
hippies
live.
something you don't know, and I
So
don't
I don't want to go to live
think
right now.
they're socialists. It's just who's going to be the socialist master? Are they going to?
I asked many times.
I guess the difference would be the communists want just a few. The little Politburo is what they call it, in control of everything, and you're all poor.
Yep.
And then the
We're for human well-being, and we want to extend your lives, and we'll do all this medical research and find this technology for you so you can live longer. But really, they're bringing in more medical tyranny, and that's how they get you.
right. Well, I mean, hey, this shot's it's gonna give you cancer in 2 years, but we're gonna tell you something. It's everything. Excuse me. It's all so deep. We have the forced vaccinations to eradicate the population, but then we're gonna have the vaccinations so that you have the mark of the beast, so that you're part of the one world system. They're not quite the same thing, but it's all. It's just we got a really big spectrum of evil we're working on here, guys.
It is, man.
But
The
I'm gonna ask.
God gave the enemy
Like I say, I have asked
rule and
many
dominion
times
over
if I'm in the team or anything.
footstool. What
They
does that
haven't
tell
told
you?
me
The
the
world
answer
is
at all.
God's footstool. So what does that tell you? That that right there should give you an image on how great God is against the devil, and how much we can do just by God's authority alone. But that's where we're defeated, because we're a lot of people now, people in general, when they go to church, they're not taught this, and now they're shutting down churches. And I've noticed that a lot of churches are fighting against this. So the ones that are fighting against this are going to be the righteous ones to lead people right now. And you see them. A lot of pastors are being indicted or being um, restricted or threatened with prison time and massive
Well,
fines.
it's interesting they picked Kamala because I'm sure you saw
They
the headlines today. I mean, as soon as they picked Kamala,
America
everything
has
they
a
could
right to help the
on
guy that was
Breitbart,
about to
Gateway
die.
Pundit, whatever.
So
Kamala's got
great
some
solution
skeletons,
right here.
and they include the Catholic Church and protecting pedos. It's interesting.
You say legal if you
Yeah, they're all in this together, man. That's the problem. But just by that alone,
Hey, so Todd,
good.
on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I've been trying to keep it to one person. I asked God's Night to kind of ride co-pilot. We got someone sitting in the back ready to hop on. Is there a closing statement or something you like to tell the people or whatever?
I love you all. I'm not going anywhere. I'll see you soon. Good night, brothers.
We love you
I
too,
love you
brother.
too, brother.
Have a good
Have a
night.
good night, man.
Yo, c'est la vie. What you
Hey, what's up,
say?
Saladi?
Hey, I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Doing excellent, doing excellent. I heard you're a piece of shit governor today, right after the president.
Oh, I didn't. What did he have to say? I'm trying to
Oh,
help him out.
Trump is oppressing the people by not allowing everyone to vote by mail, and he's authoritarian, and the only way he'll win the election is by not allowing people to have their voice heard by voting, and a bunch of
No.
propaganda bullshit.
No, I had absentee ballot when I was in college because I moved around too much. So it was easier to get my ballot sent to my parents' house. And then he put it so it's all mail-in ballots. It's nonsense.
And I think that's what people are failing to realize. Like, no one's saying absentee ballots are bad, but
Right.
like said at the beginning of the show, we can look to New York. It's been almost 2 months, and they have no idea who the hell won. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need this. We know if they do an all mail-in ballot and there's no president by 2021, Nancy Pelosi automatically wins. What the hell is that going to be good for America?
Nothing. No.
She can't even come back from recess, you know, because she's an elected official and she should have her constituents first at mind and the American people first because she was elected by us to represent us. She can't even come back from her little ice cream vacation for the interest of the American people. You know, how's she going to be a president?
No, I don't anyone running on the Democrat side right now, I don't think that they're fit. I really don't.
You
Not for
said
all
it.
the chaos that's going on right now.
I agree. I agree.
But I was
Absolutely.
coming on here about the Portland and Seattle stuff. It's the city council and the mayors who are tying the police officers' hands, taking away their tear gas, taking away this, taking away that. They can't do anything. And Wheeler finally, the mayor of Portland finally said to the police that people who are setting things on fire can be considered rioters and you can push them back. And that's why it's become more aggressive in the last few weeks. But he didn't allow that beforehand.
Right. What was it, 17 days or 14 days, something like that, from he went.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said they were peaceful. Now all of a sudden they're rioters and they need to be stopped. You know,
Right.
I'm glad he had a change of heart. My heart does go out to people like you and the people of Seattle and things like this, Portland and stuff. You know, no city in America should be doing or going through what's happening
It
right
should
here.
not be allowed, but the city council and the mayors are and the governors are allowing it. And I've been listening to Trump's news briefs, and he's saying, "Hey, if they'll let the National Guard step in, we'll take care of it lickety split." And they just won't let them.
Right.
So
Right.
he's being respectful and not pushing federal law, but it's getting out of hand.
You know, I think that's one of my favorite things about Trump. Like, I think any other president in my lifetime would have used their power nationwide. And let a Democrat get in, it will be like they already said, Biden and Kamala, that there will be a mask mandate day one. You know, Trump has really tried to give power back to the states, have really tried to let the governors govern their state because they know what's best. They live there. And I applaud Trump for that.
I do too. I really appreciate it, but at the same time, they're not stepping up and saying enough is enough soon enough.
Right. You know, because people of your city, of the East Coast, and stuff, they go to work every day. They pay their taxes. They should at least be able to walk down their streets. They, you know, like when you have friends in the Chaz zone or the autonomous zone or whatever, and they felt threatened for their life. They were in those buildings that were blocked off and things like this. Like, you do everything right in your life to just live in the pursuit of happiness and prosper, and then you got some fucking scumbags that are LARPing in the streets. You know, it doesn't make sense.
Right. Well, and creating so much property damage, like who's going to pay for that? Are they going to ask the federal government? Are they going to raise local taxes? Like how are they going to pay for all that property damage?
Right. Yeah, yeah. You're absolutely right about that.
I don't know. That's all I really had to say. I don't have a whole lot.
So who are you endorsing? Have you came out with who you're endorsing yet for your governor? Or?
Oh gosh, there was so many. Let's see, who did I vote for? And I honestly haven't kept up on it. I voted for Phil Fortunio. I'm terrible with names, but Fortunato.
His name sounded good, or I mean, he's got some
Yeah,
good
no,
policy.
he's a Republican. He's into just smaller government and working for the people and looking out for the east side where I'm from.
So like a true Republican. Sorry, guys, go ahead.
Yeah. What are you gonna say, God's Night, or what's going on in your?
I just asked if he's an incumbent, right? in a running?
Yeah, no, we just had our primaries on the 4th. So it's down to November 3rd for governor and for president and for there's a bunch of stuff to vote for.
Yeah, we're still waiting on ours. Should be soon.
Yeah, I don't think that they'll announce it too soon, but because I haven't seen many political signs around yet. And I know that Biden just announced Harris as his running mate, so they haven't had time to print signs for the whole nation.
So, are you still not seeing signs in your neighborhood? The last time I asked you, I think you said you didn't see any signs.
No. No, well, okay, I live in an HOA and signs you can't have them in your yard, but even along the road into town, there's no signs.
Well,
So I have a feeling that they're gonna be voting for Trump, but they don't want to advertise it. Because I mean, just from what I think, the left is pretty hardcore right now, and they want to advertise every little second. We're voting for Joe Biden and Kamala, and if we're not seeing signs, up there by where you're living on the West Coast, then I think we might have a bunch of Trump supporters.
I would think so. I mean, honestly, it's just how do they coin it? It's just my town is so like relaxed and so chill, and everyone's if you have a barbecue or something, everyone's like 3 hours late, that kind of stuff, you know. So it's like just a different vibe out here, and people don't want trouble.
I mean, yeah, especially with the riots happening right there, in your state and things like this. The last any sane person would do would be put a Trump sign in their yard. But I think they all would like this shit to end. Like, we got to get this to end. We got to get back to the normal America. I don't know.
In my city, there's been, I mean, protests, but they end at like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and then people go home and do their thing, and that's fine. That's what a protest should be in my mind. Doesn't need to go till 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the morning.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be peacefully violent, right?
No, there's been no property destruction. There's been no chaos. People just show up with their signs, say their thing, and then go home.
Taking the only journalist. Taking the only one showing everybody else what's going on right here.
I was a zombie for a second. The wife was a zombie, and the baby's like, "Daddy, zombie, zombie."
Oh.
So I had to act like a zombie for a second. Sorry.
Minecraft creeper.
Yeah, so are they still going to be pushing for reparations? Because like we heard the activists in Chicago say the reason why we're seeing looting and all this destruction is because that is reparations. So now
it's super white, like. I haven't heard about reparations in my state because it's a pretty white state. I mean, there's some very big reservations here and there, and stuff, and there's a huge Hispanic population or Latino population, but African American population or Black population, not a whole lot.
right, is it like is it white, or is it like Kamala Harris, born black, died black, even though her dad,
No,
her family were slave owners?
Yeah, we're all mutts, and you can choose what you want to be called, type of a thing,
I'm not okay with that decision.
I saw this great video the other day. I forget exactly who put it out, but it was this black gentleman, and this gay man went to confront him, and he had this sign, and it had like the rainbow flag, and it was like marriage is one man, one woman. But when the gay gentleman went to confront him, the black guy's like, "I'm a white lesbian," and the gay man never wanted to call him the white lesbian. And so the black man was like, "You're the one being a bigot. I got to recognize you because you're special. But for some reason, you don't want to recognize me. I'm a white lesbian." I thought that was the greatest thing, because for some reason, these people don't understand logic until you use their own words or their own phrases against them. Then it kind of clicks. Wait, maybe I am a bigot. Maybe I am the one that's the dumbass. So I loved it.
Exactly. I was watching the oh my
But I
daughter
know a
just
lot of
got
people
home
is like
from
still recording
babysitting.
this, so somebody
Um,
send me if
I was
he's gonna stay
watching
on my
the
page so I can
Kamala and
get it out of
Biden
my page.
candidate thing. I don't know, it was in some gym or something, and she was like, Biden, you know, he was the first, you know, VP to a black president, and he'll be, you know, the first president to have a black vice president. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? You're on
Yeah, I think I say it every second that it really just pisses me off. But you know, I'm the guy that gets told it's culture appropriation to have dreadlocks and no white man should have dreadlocks and all this and that.
Well,
Like,
except for the
why
white
isn't there
had dreadlocks, and you know, a lot of other old school
right?
cultures had dreadlocks. So,
But where's the outrage for her? Why can't she just say whatever the hell? You know, it just the hypocrisy pisses me off.
Well, the thing is, they think that the identity politics is gonna be like it was when they first started it. People are beyond that already. They're not falling for the identity politics anymore.
I agree. I think people are sick of it. They're just done. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
like right now, I can identify that I'm more black than Kamala. Now, is that gonna be believable? I don't know. Maybe to the wrong people, maybe, but to everybody else here, no one's gonna believe that.
Well, I couldn't claim it because, you know, my bone structure and stuff, but but I don't know. She's just angled like me, so her skin. If I went out in the sun for a couple days, I'd be as dark as she is.
Yeah, I get pretty dark when I get tan. To maybe a good hour and a half, 2 hours in the sun, I'll get a nice dark tan.
Yeah, the sun just hasn't been out here, and it's been cold, so I haven't, you know. But yeah, it's funny. I really appreciated what was it, Ricky last night, who went to the paint store to get his skin color tested by that paint scanner. That was funny.
Who was that? Who's this Rick that did that?
The guy with the raccoons. Who is he?
Oh, Rick from Four Corners.
Four
Wow, he
Corners
really did that.
report.
Does he have a video on that? I gotta check that out.
Nate too good.
Yeah, so
I think I
someone's
might do that too. I'll
going
go to
to
Walmart. Hey, can I get paint in my color, please?
right. I'm kind of curious about it, you know, like before and after tanning. Like,
Rick and Rick. I didn't think he'd do something like that. That's good. I'm gonna have to watch that later. Paint scanning.
I'm trying to find that video.
Oh, you're looking
Of
for it?
that. Yeah, that's what well, I'm trying to find that gentleman out there with a sign, the protest sign. It was like 2 minutes. It was great. Yo, but I'm gonna pull this gentleman, Luciano. I see you in the back. You're about to come up, brother. This guy right here, this Pete Gomez the third. I met him in Houston. There with Lady MAGA, but he's been out in Texas with these protests, the hashtag Save the Children and things like this. I'm dropping his link right now, guys. He's got 439 subscribers. He does a video. This guy's awesome, man. So if anybody out there wanna follow him, that I just dropped his link just now. Follow him, but yeah, I'm gonna pull Luciano on and see what
yeah.
he's got to say.
But one more thing is just really pay attention to your local mayors,
Luciano.
police department, et cetera, and they can. That's where it all starts for your neighborhood.
Hey, you wanna wait before you go? You wanna hear about 10? I didn't even get as much of a. I mean, I got a nice 10 still, but I guess I got some sort of resiliency against tanning. Like after my walk, well, then again, I was wearing long pants, but even in my neck, I did not get that much of a, like the last time I did that, I had a tan. Okay, now I guess my body just, I guess, developed some sort of, I don't know what the term is, but some sort of like, let's just say a shield.
Well, maybe you're as tan as you can get right now.
Who
I mean,
knows?
I have a maximum. I can't go all the way to, like, you know.
And what
Well,
matters?
John, Well done, right? You can't go to well done. I kind of
1921,
go to like a
18th Street,
medium,
Northwest Washington, D.C.
medium well, and then I'm good right there. I don't go to a well done.
I'll play the left's identity politics game, and I'll say identify as a car. Yeah, crazy. Can I refresh my phone?
So there is some
Refresh it, buddy.
All right, sounds good.
But yeah, about that
And
the Save the Children, man, that's something
Florida
that
and
everybody
18th
should be
Street,
getting
and
behind. To
also
set everything aside,
18
just for
and
that one
which
thing,
trace that one, and
I can see people getting behind that. Like I said, in
shopping for
California,
police,
it's
everybody
happened.
go.
Everybody on the left and the right came together on just on this one thing, and it's good to see. So if there's one thing that everybody should get behind, is saving the children.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, how can you argue against that?
You can't. You can't. There is no argument against it. Well, there could be, and it says, you know what? Yeah, I believe in children should be sacrificed and killed and aborted. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, we've seen that, but those people aren't human. I'm talking about actual humans.
I found this clip and I have to share it. I don't know how I came across it. If somebody sent me this, but it's 4 minutes. This is absolutely great. I love it, and this is what we all need to start doing.
I have met. I am not racist. You are the stupidest human I have met.
Okay.
Okay? So what's your cause? What's your cause?
Well, first, what's your position?
I'm gay.
I am too.
What is this? Why does it say one man and one woman?
I'm the happiest man in the world.
Why does your sign say one man and one
I'm
woman?
100% gay.
Why does your sign say one man and one woman?
This is the right natural way.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Why are you having
words don't mean
Turn
anything
around.
today.
Turn around.
There we go.
One man and one woman. So you're saying that gay people can't get married?
I don't believe in special rights.
But you're black. How could a black person be a bigot?
Oh, what the fuck?
But you're black.
White
But you're black.
Okay.
Yeah,
Really?
I mean, a boy could be a girl, really.
No, you're making a mockery.
No,
So
you're making a mockery, sir.
So why do you believe then that what about before civil rights and that black people had to
What was
drink
it?
at different fountains?
I know, was that wrong?
Yeah.
It was legal.
No, you got your civil rights, which is wonderful.
No, wait. It was legal.
I'm not a racist in any shape or
I'm
form.
not a racist either.
Well, you're a black bigot.
No, I'm a white.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Address me as a white lesbian.
Oh.
I'm not black. A boy could be a girl, and a girl could be a boy. So if I'm not black. So if you talk to me, you address me as a white lesbian.
Okay, white.
Okay, now we can talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have never seen a white lesbian that's obviously a black man that's bigot.
Oh, I never seen a man that is gay based on science.
Oh.
I was born gay. And
No,
I'm proud to be gay.
what? So when the doctor said, "Congratulations, Mr. Johnson, you have a 5-pound, 6-ounce, what? Gay man? Gay male?" No, because you're not born a behavior.
I'm born who I am, and you were born black.
No, look, see, I told you I'm a white lesbian, and you won't acknowledge me as a white lesbian, but
Because
you
you're
want me,
not.
so you're not gay.
You're making a mockery.
No, you're making a mockery. And it's this artificially intelligence. The same thing is laws that are based on hypocrisy and bigotry. Nazi Germany.
You're the bigot.
No, you are.
No, sir.
You're special. You've changed the definition of marriage. Only your people can do that. Only your people. Only gay people can change the definition of marriage. Are they equal or special?
Are you special?
No, I'm equal. All human beings should be treated equally, not specially.
Sir,
So
You're ridiculous.
no, you don't have no
That's
sense.
my opinion.
No, you have a right to your own
Okay,
opinion.
well, you enjoy
So,
your white lesbian day,
thank
black
you,
man.
thank you, and you enjoy your gay lifestyle.
And you hold your sign and,
I
make
will,
a fool of yourself.
and we will stop this nonsense. It will get overturned.
You are the nonsense.
It will get overturned because you guys believe in the law.
Call him a coon, I dare you to.
You will accept it, right?
How is a black man? How could you be
How
such
can
a
a
bigot?
white lesbian?
No, you're the first bigot
So
I've
are
met.
you the first? So you're telling me a boy could be a girl? Is that stupidity?
You're stupid.
Can a girl be a boy?
Sir, you're the stupidest man I've met, and I don't care what color you are.
I will love you and tell you the truth.
I am not
I will
racist.
not lie to
You are the stupidest human I have met.
Okay.
Okay?
So
You're a
love
human.
you
I'm a human.
and I will
You
tell you
will
the
love
truth.
no one.
I will love you and tell you
No.
the truth. I won't lie to you.
You're a hate
People that are
spreader.
afraid of you lie to you.
No, you spread hate.
There is no gay gene. What's the name of the gay gene? ABC? What's the name of the gay gene?
What's the name of the stupid gene?
It's called Johnny.
No, it's called whatever your name
No,
is.
it's called
Congratulations.
White lesbian. Well, hey,
You have shown me America is really fucked up.
No, we're gonna change things. Okay?
No, you have a good day. So what's your cause? What's your cause?
What's your position?
That
Wow.
gay guy just.
Yo,
Dude, I'm amazed he didn't get called a coon.
yeah, no, yo, Opa 26. I was gonna type it out, but I might as well just say it. There's nothing wrong with genders or nothing like this, but there is something wrong when we think there's 50 plus genders because it's confusion. If you want to be, gay, straight, whatever your heart desires, that's completely fine. I don't think anybody here has a problem with that. I think we have the problem with we are forced to, accept, like in Colorado, the gentleman gets sued and loses his business for not baking a cake here in America. Well, if we're forced to accept your opinion, but you can't accept our opinion, not you particularly for 26. I'm just, talking in generalities. Like the white Christian or the straight Christian or whatever has to be forced to accept the other side, but the other side doesn't accept the straight Christian or whatever. Like, it's just the hypocrisy. That was meant to be funny in my eyes. I saw someone standing up for like traditional American values because there's gays for Trump, like that Pete Gomez III, that Pizzagate video I was just showing you. That was a gay gentleman that came out with a drag queen, a gay drag queen at a Trump event, and they, they're not trying to make society conform to their beliefs. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it is.
No, I agree. Like, what people do in their bedroom, that's not my business. I mean, I do believe in gay marriage to a certain extent because I've known couples of the same sex who couldn't get married. And then when one of them lands in the hospital, the other person can't stay overnight. And, so there's those sorts of issues. So that gets a little bit complicated in my mind that your
There's
significant
about
person
18
can't be
people
with you if you're in the
left over here.
hospital. So that's kind of the weird part for me. But I don't really care what kind of clothes people wear out of their house or who they spend time with in their
There's
bedroom.
about 18. I just counted 18 people here.
It's when it
that
comes with the
head over.
children. Here in America, we got kids in elementary
Yeah, so
learning about, whatever, and then you got
19
Hollywood
people that used to
who's
be
forcing their transgender children,
I guess.
preteens,
Yeah, arrested.
young kids, 5,
I think they
6.
arrested about
They're
20
saying that
people.
they're transgender and stuff like this. Like Desmond, the amazing and the
To be
amazing
honest, I haven't
Desmond,
even counted
that
them all. I just
11-year-old
counted the people
boy
that used to stay here. It's
transgender
about
that
15.
dances at strip clubs in New York for grown men for dollars. Like, that's where the problem is.
Being
Drag
sexualized. It's
story,
weaponized. It's weaponized sexualization of the
yeah,
children.
drag queen story hour where these are convicted pedophiles having children set on their lap. Like, that's where the problem is. It's not about what you do in your bedroom. It's not about that kind of stuff at all, at
Oh,
least in my opinion.
he's pressed too.
No, I agree. It's just that the rainbow bathrooms at my kids' school, I mean, that's where the kids do bad stuff in those because it's single-use bathrooms.
Yep,
You
that
know,
is
and it's
dangerous
just like, well,
ground.
let's just put stalls. Let's just make gender-neutral bathrooms. Every bathroom is gender-neutral. Everything has stalls. You know, every person uses a toilet with a door and everything, and then it's not a big deal.
There is no curfew in Washington, D.C.
Then it's harder
Thank
for
you,
people the
Sandy.
kids to do bad stuff, to smoke or to
I
dab,
will
or,
offer.
you
I
know,
will offer a more.
stuff in those bathrooms.
I'll go ahead and offer a more neutral perspective on that. The
Yeah,
thing
go
with,
ahead.
I think the thing with gender is the society complicated, sure, but gender is more. I would say I thought to this myself a couple weeks ago. Gender is more spiritual than mental or even physical, because it actually a lot of personality traits do correlate with your gender. Many people don't realize that, and that's like where the spiritual aspect comes into play. So, and we have gender just so we can provide a sense of identity and direction to people. You know what I mean?
So you guys remember
I
It,
don't necessarily agree with that. Like, my son has always been
May,
far more cautious than my daughter.
porque
My
like
daughter,
watching
she
when
will
they
fall
get all the
down
people
flat
out
on her
on the
face,
street.
skin up her arms and legs, and she doesn't give a crap. My son, he gets shot down for 3 days about it when he was
Yeah,
little. You know,
one
I
guy
mean,
that was here, he's
and
was
he's
press,
supposed
he
to be
got
the tough
arrested.
dude, you
They took
know,
his
and
cameras and
my
everything.
daughter's the tougher one.
Then the other
right.
ones there,
That, but
the camera, then
keep in mind, I'm making some generalizations here. You know what I mean?
Okay.
this officer right
Yeah.
in front of me, that one somewhere, she said
I
that we
think
got all these
but even then, you could. I'm gonna
also,
say this. There are times you could be, I don't know, holding some feminine behavior, whatnot. But when you get spiritual about, like, say, being a woman or a man, then yeah, no doubt things will get a little crazy there. And this is where this is my argument for gender being so spiritual. If
we
gender
are
doesn't exist, why do we have transgenderism? I thought gender didn't exist. Why do you need the moniker transgender?
everybody be detained.
Well,
And
transgender.
nobody have give an answer about why.
Okay, I guess I was getting mixed up between transvestite, which is dressing in opposite clothing, and transgender, which is wanting to switch her gender, right? So,
Yeah, trans means crossing, anyways, crossing that barrier, that boundary.
yeah, like doing the hormone treatments and the
But
surgery and all of that.
Luciano
Yeah.
has a fair point on that. If gender doesn't exist, then why is there even gender and transgender? So it's a fair
Exactly.
point. It's a fair
That's
point.
what
I
I'm
agree
saying.
with them.
People don't get people think gender is physical and mental. It's not that black and white. I would argue it's more spiritual because for example, have you guys heard about the warrior gene?
No.
No. Really? Oh, okay. I'll post a link to the chat about it. But the warrior gene, basically, very common in males,
Some of the people that have
and
before,
actually very common among
they are not
African
getting their
Americans.
phones back.
They
tell
call it
them
the
that they may get it back in 3 months.
MAOA
If they
gene,
take my phone,
if
I'll
you
be
will.
screwed. Completely screwed.
And
We'll see what happens.
the warrior gene, the human warrior gene, if you will. It's okay. You most likely either come from a military family or a very, very, tribalistic family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they told them some people that
So
have
you
I
want
get the phone,
totally
they gotta
agree
be
that
detained. They got the phone. They
in
said that they may get it in
humans,
3 months.
there's different levels of testosterone and estrogen. Like, I've met some very, very manly men, and I've met some men who aren't as manly. They're not as hairy. They're not as built. They're not as, same with women. Like, there's some women who are more manly than other women. Some women are really feminine.
That's what I'm saying, though. Gender is so spiritual, and when you kind of lose touch about who you are as a human being based on that, then yeah, no one, you'll get more blurred about your identity as a whole. It's like, when you manifest your gender identity, then you know better who you are as a person, so you can enact your role in the community. See where I'm going with this?
Yes, but I think this also can relate to this race or ethnic topic that we were having earlier, that it's all your mental, it's how you perceive yourself. Like, yeah, like that man in that video, he called himself a white lesbian. Like, okay, yeah, sure, if he believes
That's
it,
true.
then yeah, it is.
Well, but then there's also, I think also one of the biggest gender, okay, one of the big gender differences I noticed in how people manifest themselves is men are actually more spiritual than women, and women are more, I guess you could say, verbal and wordly, if you will.
Okay, I think it depends on the person again, but
Yeah, I know. This is I'm warning you. I'm making generalizations.
okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Because if I
So.
look at my parents, my mama wears the pants, and my dad, he's cool with just
Mhm.
letting her take care of most of the stuff, you know.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm overthinking this, but I'm just saying like gender is still it's more spiritual than mental. Like this is the biggest difference between gender and gender identity. Gender identity, okay, it's what you make out of it, but gender, it's kind of more okay. What am I? What am I as a man or a woman? What does the soul want from me in my role as a man or a woman? See what I'm now? You understand where I'm coming from?
Well, it means that you can't have a baby in your stomach, in my mind. I mean, if you really
Yeah,
want to.
exactly. You get now. Now you get where. See, there we go. Now I made it a little more clear. Exactly. Gender identity. That's more. Yeah, I can agree. It's more mental and social. But then again, you know, we live in a very virtuous society too. You have to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Quantum Lotus says, "Good God, spiritual gender."
Oh, she's not reading the chat.
I just went into the chat because yeah, gender
Damn, don't
identity.
say
Okay,
what
gender
everybody's
correlates more with
thinking
your
too.
personality, and gender identity corresponds more with your interests and opinions, if you will.
Okay, fair enough.
Hmm.
I mean, I have no problem if someone wants to dress up as a girl, and because in the women's bathrooms there's stalls. Like no one, you don't, you just go in and shut and lock the door, and you're good. Like no one's watching what you're doing.
Hmm. I agree.
No, yeah, like Hippie said, it's fine, and like Salavi said, and I agree too. It doesn't matter if they want to be purple or become a building like the Trump Tower. If they identify as the Trump Tower, that doesn't matter as long as they're not saying, "Hey, why don't you be the Empire State Building and we'll be a city together?" No, you know, none of that. Like me, like this. I like Infowars. I mean, I support them. I'm not gonna go to you guys and say, "Hey, buy their stuff because it's good, it's great." You know, buy it, buy it. No, I'm not gonna do that. It's up to you guys to want to do that.
Right.
Hmm.
And I primarily wear
Now there are
like
listening
solid
people
color
on
clothing
Florida Nation.
without words, without, that's just what I prefer.
Me, as far as my clothing choices go, I prefer dark colors, and I do prefer at least one message.
Can I get a bottle of water?
You know, doesn't have to
Right.
be corporate. It can be
Got
a
a bottle of
message
water.
just
Maybe that
made,
one
but
that you said over there by his door.
yeah.
Can I
That's
get a
pretty much
bottle
the
of
point I
water?
was trying to make. Gender.
Right next to you.
And let's be real.
Can I?
Why is society speaking on gender when they
Can
can't
I
even
pick it
make
up?
up their mind on it?
Right here. I just wanted the water. I'm like,
Well, I
really?
don't even think it should matter. And I think that even Kamala Harris being like, oh, the first woman I mean, Hillary was the first woman running, but
Ew.
does it
Let's
matter?
open.
I mean, it's a person.
Let's open.
She's a person. It's
The
silly,
first black woman.
Thank you.
right? But it doesn't matter that she's a woman. Like, oh my goodness, it doesn't. In my mind, it doesn't. It shouldn't.
Hold on,
Like,
guys. I need
she's
to
a
clean my
person
hands.
who's VP.
We're voting because of genitalia.
Right. No.
Society deserves what's coming.
Right. The genitalia or skin color. Like, no. We're voting on the person. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is
The
that person gonna?
morals.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If they're gonna be, if they're gonna do good, if they're gonna do what they say they're gonna do, and approach it legally, lawfully, constitutionally, then by all means go for it. But if we already know that you're already corrupted and evil, and you already have plans to destroy the country and the citizens in that country, then we
I was
don't need
getting
you.
my hands wet inside
Doesn't
twice.
matter on your gender.
And part of my thinking for her is that she's kind of climbed the ladder through being given favors by, anyways.
She's the DNC bike. She let everyone ride to get to the top. Come on now.
Exactly. Hey man, well, I identify as a car, and please respect my choice. But that's only after the walks.
They just make sure to get a tune-up and oil changes from time to time, right?
Right?
Instead of drinking Gatorade, no, drink motor oil. And instead of taking my shoes with me, put on some tires.
So people has rally
I don't know, but just
on the ends on
being
Florida
people
and
being
Michigan
shamed into voting Democrat
for everybody that's being arrested over
due
here.
to skin color and gender is the silliest thing. I mean, if that's how desperate they are, like,
Yeah,
where else could they
yeah,
go?
been pretty peaceful. They did make a run to take everybody.
I can distinguish. See, I can distinguish reality from fantasy. Who would have thought?
Yeah, but the good thing, Luciano, is you're still learning, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's gonna help you as you get older. Is what you learn now, and you start looking back on it, reflecting on it as you get older. You'll start making wiser choices or
Mm-hmm.
being more decisive.
There is no
No,
curfew.
I
You
agree.
see, people went to
But they
protest
do say
outside.
age is just a number, right?
One of the president in DC, and after that there
Oh,
was a march
that's
in the
probably the
city.
next one that the
At
left is
some
gonna try to
point,
play. Oh, age is
people
just
started
a number. I
getting
mean,
chased by
shit, I've
police,
seen
getting
5-year-olds
killed,
smarter
people
than
dying in the
adults.
street.
What do you
It'd be
mean
like,
So it's definitely
Kamala
keep
Harris
getting over here
will
better,
address
and about
the young
over
people
20
by
people
saying,
has been
yeah, we
arrested
need
already
16-year-olds
since
to
the
vote.
and there
Remember,
is
age is
about
just
17
the
people
number. We need a
hey,
more
still arrested.
robust
So
voting society, and then get in front of the bankers and say, all the way up to the age of 24, 26, they're idiots or morons or
no, they're
stupid.
arresting everybody. Everybody
hey,
that's out here is
let's be real. Like,
um,
hey, let's be real. The left be like,
I asked many
let's lower
times
down the voting age. But
what
where's
was
you
the reason
speaking
for
out on real injustices that our
your
youth
petition,
suffer,
and
such
I
as
know they never
child
could get an answer
molestation
from
and
anybody
child
at the moment.
abuse?
And that's what we all need to unite against, man. Hashtag save the kids. We need to stop this.
Dude, my uncle called that. You know what? My uncle called that shit a conspiracy on Facebook. Then again, he's a diehard leftist, and he even supports Che,
Yeah,
cause
yeah. Well,
Venezuelan.
I definitely don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it's a lot wider than we want to accept or recognize. But I think we're also stopping at the first layer, and it's a lot deeper than the pedophilia. There's reasons behind the pedophilia, and it's not because they like kids. It's Aleister
It's an,
Crowley sex magic. There's
it's
some
an
sick
ancient
shit.
practice,
Let me
man. It's
start.
an ancient practice ever since our existence.
That's right.
Well, I'm going to summarize the whole gender and spirituality thing. If you wanna know why I'm saying gender is spiritual,
Yeah, we asked so many
well,
times,
after all,
and
what drives most of our
we haven't been
actions
able to get
from a gender perspective? The
an
hormones.
answer from
There you go.
us about why people is being arrested.
Men have a sex
There's different
drive.
people who have different levels of hormone. Like, I've known women who they have too much testosterone rolling in their system, they can't get pregnant. So they have to take an estrogen boost so they can get pregnant.
Exactly what I'd be saying.
Who sent me that? Was it an email or something that I was looking at just earlier before I started the show? There's this transgender woman out of Europe. I forget exactly where the doctor cut off her breast and everything, and now she's suing the doctors because
I thought that was Australia.
it might have been Australia. I just looked at the clip earlier. I'd seen it only
Yeah, she
one
was like,
time. Second.
yeah,
No, I've
like
seen actually, there's been quite a few YouTube videos that have popped up, and I don't know if they're fake or not, but there's been a lot of people who claim that they've had the gender reversal surgery and then they regret it and want to go back because they can't build you up the right way. You know what I mean? You have all sorts of complications and stuff.
Well, I might have the unpopular opinion, but once you go through all those steps, the suicide rate jumps 30%. So if it wasn't a mental disease, then the suicide rate wouldn't 30%. You know what I mean? I think people are going about it all the wrong way. And like if I would have acted on what I thought when I was in my young 20s, like I admitted earlier in the chat, you know, how I met my wife or whatever, I would never be in that situation nowadays in life at the age of 35, almost 36. You know what I mean? So I my heart really does go out to these people that are getting caught up in the propaganda and the cool crowd or whatever it may be. And then when they grow a few more years later and realize it was probably the worst mistake of their life, you know, how do you reverse that besides a 9mm bullet?
I don't believe in race, by the way. Also, I'm gonna tell. I'm just addressing a comment in the chat.
Believe in race?
Yeah, like the concept. I mean, it may be accepted, but race is also like I'm just addressing a comment. But I just want to say, if you ever really think race exists in the modern world, bring up genealogy. Now let's see if the left is willing to talk there.
Oh no, I got a DNA kit a couple years ago. My list is so long, it's ridiculous.
Me too. Yeah, me too. I don't know. I just know I'm American and that's it.
No,
The
I mean
real,
my family over the centuries have been here, there, here, there,
yeah,
here,
same
there,
here.
here, there, and marrying each other in all sorts of different ways. And well, I mean, you know, men and women, but because that's the only reason way you
The
can
concept
procreate.
of race was to categorize people. Like here in the United States, when they were coming from different parts of the world immigrating here, they had to figure out a process to categorize people. They can't say, "Oh yeah, you're human. Okay, you're fine." No, it's did you come from Ireland? Did you come from England? Did you come from Spain, the Philippines? They had to categorize people.
Because humans are naturally tribalistic.
Well, it's found in nature. Nature as a whole is tribalistic. It's just something that's found in nature. You
Just
look at
like
every
with
species.
being community, though, you know that you stick with the people you live
Yeah,
around, you agree with.
that's what it is. It's
Yeah,
community. Tribalism. The term
yeah.
tribalism is a community, like tribes. I mean, Mr. Badgers talked about a lot with the Native American tribes. They fought and warred against each other, enslaved each other. That's just the basic of a human way of living.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look, so you know, we've been going almost 3 hours. Hey, it's an open panel now, so you know, if y'all want to jump on, come join the crowd. Look, we can have up to 10 people. I just dropped the. Let's have fun, man. Let's party. Party.
Actually, I wanted to bring up something
Make
else.
some Kool-Aid. Make some flavor aid, Tara. Flavor
Actually,
aid, not Kool-Aid.
race.
Go
I
ahead,
was
Lucy.
gonna, I was gonna bring up something. You know how I brought up the fact that our youth are falling prey for consumerism.
Nope,
So this
everyone
is
stepped out.
the chair of the Martin Luther
Hold
King
on, give me
County
just a moment. I'm fixing
Oh,
something.
okay, okay,
Council,
no problem.
Yeah,
Claudia
I think
Balducci.
his mom might have came in or something
She's
like
also
this or
the
whatever.
former
Yeah,
mayor
no,
of
I just
Bellevue,
checked in with my daughter.
which is
She,
just across
yeah.
the water from
Yeah,
Seattle.
it's a buffet for
We are
thought,
outside
Duke.
of
So you know,
her
come
home
get that
at the
buffet
park,
on and let us know what you're
having a
thinking,
quick
right?
little chat with everybody
No
on the fence.
offense, but Jesus Christ, my
She was
mom is
nice enough to bring us some
so.
water.
She's not a good leader. I gotta be honest. I don't like telling the
About
truth sometimes, but
150, 200 protesters
it is
deep,
what it is. And she's already pushing me to be more responsible than what I gotta be. I'm only
we're
18,
gonna
not fucking 25.
leave the. Oh, sorry.
So.
Huh? Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Hey man, you need to take that as a badge of honor. She only expects from you because she knows you're capable of it. You know, if
Well,
you weren't
also I've been like
capable of it, she wouldn't
I've been made to
expect
be
it.
I am the replacement of the husband. You have to realize this too.
I mean, yeah, but you're also, you
peaceful.
know, you're
We had a
18
neighbor
years
come out
old, you're a
and
young
sit on
man,
the bench
and
with
you need to
Claudia for a
have
minute.
that, you know, expectation from you. I don't know, it's just a part of growing up.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I hear you though. I hear you though. But at the same time, like I've said
I'll move
before,
out of this
a lot's
space
gonna
here in
make
just a
sense
minute
if
because
you
they're
ever have
finishing up their
children. Trust
conversation.
me. There's many nights I called my parents and I was like, "Yo,
Well, thank you.
I'm so sorry. I was fucked up when I was a kid. I can't believe I put you through that." Now that I have children,
What date? What date is I haven't
I
decided
truly
yet.
understand what y'all. And I
Yeah,
know
we
now y'all.
posted. So
Well, I
look
guess
me
it
up
also
on
depends on how
Facebook right
strong the
now. You can
connection
look
is
me up,
between the parent and
friend
child.
request me,
No,
and
but
you'll
when
see
my
all.
daughter was born and I realized how hard it was and how I just couldn't go and shower when I wanted to, how I couldn't just go to sleep when I wanted to, how I couldn't eat food when I wanted to, how
Well, yeah.
my life turned to be all about her. I was like, oh my gosh, mom, I am
Kids
so
are the
sorry.
ultimate. For those who plan on having kids, of course, kids are the ultimate investment.
Yeah. And they will
Mm-hmm.
teach you so much about yourself as a person. It's unreal.
Mm-hmm. No, but I kind of brought up. Oh, actually, I might add to this. I brought up a point in Discord how we they back in the day used to be a more cultural stigma about who could reproduce and who could not reproduce. You know what I mean? But now since everyone now can afford, almost everyone can afford the luxury of a family. What do you do about it? You know what I mean? Then you get
Oh no, I know a lot of people who are unable to have children, and it's heart wrenching for them. Even with
My
treatments and all this stuff, like they can't.
my ex-wife, her family had a hard time bearing children. So my ex-mother-in-law, she only had one child, and that was my ex-wife. So I can understand that. There was nothing wrong with me because I went and got tested, for that stuff. And it was on my end, it was on her end.
Mm-hmm. If I'm gonna have kids, I gotta make sure I pick the most stable environment. That doesn't mean I'm gonna shelter them from hardship, though. Definitely not. But anyhow, back to what I want to talk about before that got interruption hit me true. So you know how I was actually organizing. I'm trying to still organize my video games in my new home.
Yo,
So,
Tats, what's up, man?
oh, what's up?
Much trying to figure this out. Getting past the nerves, anxiety. Don't do well on camera. Never was a good public speaker.
Fine, brother. Neither am I, man. Neither am I.
If you get too shy, just click that little camera icon and then you don't have to show your face anymore. But hey, man, I'm glad you hopped on. Huh? It's your first time ever or what?
Yeah, it's the first time doing this. I've called into Snafu a couple times, but first time ever doing anything like this.
That's awesome, man. I'm glad this
Yeah.
channel.
But now
Yeah, so-
JT's got to do it too. She said if I broke my virgin bubble and get on here, JT got to do it now too.
I've been trying to get JT to get on here.
Oh,
Heard that,
really?
JT. You got called out.
Yeah.
A lot of emoji spam lately in your chats.
It's all right.
It's finally good to see you, brother. It's good.
Yeah, man. Glad you made it in.
You have something on your
Oh,
mind,
that's better.
Tats, or?
Trying to get my camera set up to where I ain't gonna set and hold it the whole time.
There you go. Hey, so anything that when you get that camera set up, anything that we talked about tonight kind of stick out, or you want to elaborate on, or?
Nah, just kind of been on my toes with all of it. I just feel like there's something bigger going on, and I think each little thing is a part of something bigger. I don't know, something just don't feel right with everything that's going on, and can't quite put my finger on it.
Yeah, I'm pretty much there too. You can feel it, and there's just so much going on that it's hard to pinpoint, and we're not gonna be able to pinpoint it. All we can just go by is what we feel and see what's going on already.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, maybe I do this more often. I'll be able to get by the nerves and be a little more involved in panels.
Hey, I love it, man. You know, we all, my name before this was Sea of Truth. We all have a little bit of truth to add to the puzzle. I really I really enjoy hearing from people and their thoughts, man. It's the only way we can grow. So thank you for jumping on, man. It's awesome.
Oh, no problem. I love the guy. I jumped over from Mark because I like our little community we got going on here. We got some awesome people. Everybody, puts their little 2 cents in, and I love it.
Yo, if you left Marv to come up, I don't think there's a bigger honor. I think I should just go ahead and retire now. You know what I mean? That's awesome, man. I love Marv. That's awesome, man.
Yo, your chat is going crazy tonight.
Over here.
By the way, Twisted Tots, nice username.
Oh, thanks. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I use the tats because I'm a tattoo artist. Been tattooing about 20 years. Come out pretty disabled, screwed up. Something I could do on the side, supplement my disability income.
Hey, Tats, where are you at again? What's the
I'm in
state?
Ohio.
Shit, dude. Because I've been looking for someone to cover this up. Like, give me a cover on this.
Yep, in Ohio, around the
Damn.
Mansfield area. Not too far from Allen, maybe an hour, hour and 15 minutes from Allen.
I'm gonna get one of my tattoos. If I ever get a tattoo, it's gonna be initially.
A car?
Sure. You know the anime? I'm actually amazed. I never hear it mentioned in the normie world. I've only seen car enthusiasts mention the anime, both in real life and online.
So how's it going in Ohio, Tats?
It's going all right. It ain't as bad as in some states. Mike DeWine let me down a little bit. He ain't as conservative and Republican as I thought he was. So he's going to lose my vote. I won't vote anyone if next time he's up for re-election because I'm definitely not voting DeWine again.
That's what I've been saying. It's hard
Other
to trust
than
people.
that, everything for the most part still normal for me. Most of the conformers are still wearing the mask. But I haven't wore the mask nowhere. All of our stores are mandatory masks. Ain't no one said nothing. I've been itching for one of the Karens to say something so I could just blow my top.
Yeah, so
But so far, nothing.
Yeah, they don't want this to go away anytime soon. They don't. Even if Trump does win, which I'm pretty sure he will.
Because they keep pushing the new normal, and I'm not making it my new normal.
No, neither am I.
Who is this URL link?
Yo, what's going on? http://syria.live.com.
This has got to be a troll or a bot. I'm sorry. What the fuck? what? How did they even make it in?
You're in the show. You want to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Agent. Hey, if you work for the look, we respect
I'll look it
FBI.
up right now. I'm about to pull it up.
Look, we respect FBI and CIA agents. Just speak out against more pedophilia and child molestation, and we're good to go.
That's what it's about, Tat.
Baby taps.
Nice.
I'm gonna start driving next month. I'm gonna try to.
Your own vehicle?
No, well, no, the one they're gonna give me in the testing ground. That's one of the things that hold me back for a while. Like I thought the driving test literally took in this place in the street. I forgot that you literally go through like a testing course.
So whoever the mystery is on the panel, I pulled up the map or what your screen name is or whatever. You want to let us know what this is about?
Yeah, maybe they're trolling or they're probably dropping some information. Don't know.
I got this gentleman from the gas station. He's from Pakistan, and he's real big into the Middle East. And every time I go in there, like I can't just go grab something and walk out. You know, I got to spend 30 minutes, 40 minutes in there talking to this young man. And I think the store just closed, and it would be awesome if that's who it is. But I mean, this seems like something he would be pulling up, but I don't know.
Right, seems like a kind of an odd thing to share.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, because it has news source links, and that's maybe they're giving us information to look at, and plus what's going on the map, because the source links line up with the icons on the map and what's going on right now.
Yeah,
Hey, can you
so
hear me?
let's just go from the top. 7 hours ago, ISIS cells threw a stun grenade at the SDF point of Abu Haman communication center without any damage. 11 hours ago, pro-Assad
Tippy,
forces.
Tippy, I think he's talking. Yeah, I can hear you. It's the URL guy from Syria.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
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 so
go ahead.
okay, so this website, if you scroll down on the right, it shows all the sources online, including Twitter and everything. Twitter, Facebook, all that. The guy who runs this website and connects it with anything that comes up on Twitter related to terrorism or explosions in Syria. He does this for Syria. He has one for Australia, America, Europe, and all this. So this is everything that has happened and when it has happened today in Syria. And if you click on, you can click on the map, and it will show you what it is.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good system that
And
he's got there.
if you go down, if you see where that bottom mic is, just there, yeah, you would just near the note thingy on the map.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, the forces, the democratic forces actually cut off the internet for Syria today. Yeah, it's if you click on the yellow one near that.
Do you know who was responsible for shutting off the internet?
Yeah, the democratic forces.
What the?
Is that like the UN? I'm not familiar
Yeah,
with that term.
I believe
It
it.
says this
It's like the
Syrian
freedom
Democratic
fighters.
Forces.
It's like the freedom fighters against.
Oh, okay.
They're fighting against ISIS. They're fighting against Turkey.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop this link in the chat. That way, if anybody's interested, they can click it. I'm about to bookmark it. This is awesome. Thank you for sharing this.
Yeah. They have an
Thank you.
American one stuff. But yeah.
Nice.
Hey, there's a question in the chat about the caller that is calling right now and sharing this information.
Australia.
Where are you from? Okay.
So, what are you witnessing in Australia? I remember maybe about a month ago there was a big BLM demonstration going on down there.
They started arresting people for that.
Great. That's what we need. Because really, it's just a communist organization. It has nothing to do with Black Lives.
Yeah, they arrested people for that. They've made everyone stay inside their houses and stuff because of COVID and stuff. There's still massive outbreaks down in the south of Australia, but that's about it.
Also, maybe about I want to say maybe February or March, I heard that Australia passed a law that if you more than $1,000 in a sale, like buy a vehicle or anything like this, you could be prosecuted and jailed for using cash that much.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. I know
I mean,
the EU
it
is
just sounds
wanting to
like
pass
bullshit.
it. Yeah, I didn't know. So what else is going on in your neck of the woods? It's very seldom we get someone from down under.
Yeah, not much. It's just COVID bullshit every single day.
Hey man, thank you for the information. We like
Yeah.
this is some I'm not gonna lie, this is some CIA agent type shit.
Yeah. Well, this website, they actually use this in Syria. So the anti-terrorist groups in Syria use this. ISIS uses it to keep track of everyone, and basically the military uses it. Everyone uses it.
I see.
That's water.
Yeah. It also shows those the yellow crosses, ambulance looking things up there. Shows the deaths, and then the yellow dot in the gray space is a refugee camp.
Yeah,
Along with
that
the other
one.
one.
This one right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, all marked. Yeah. The other one says the autonomous administration announces the registration of 1 death and 27 new coronavirus infections in the area it controls. It's northeastern Syria.
Yeah.
So in Australia, do you see a push for like the globalists or this new world order type, maybe contact tracing, corona vaccine, or is there like a Australian patriotism that's kind of fighting back against that?
Oh, here in Australia, you can't really do anything. We just suppress, but like nobody really talks about it. Like anytime that you try and do something in Australia that has to do with like freedom or anything like that, they just make a law and just ban you from doing it.
Really?
Yeah.
Kind of what's happening here.
Like the last 6 years, they've banned gatherings of biker gangs and all that stuff. You can't rep any colors, family gangs, Christian, like family biker clubs, Christian biker clubs, anything like that. They don't want anyone gathering.
Give me a number for somebody else. I haven't counted them.
Seems like we're headed down the same path here in America. I hope not, but sure does seem like it.
Yeah. Well, I've been following with you guys with your Black Lives Matter stuff and everything that's happening up there because that's all that we get down here. Just anything that happens in America just gets broadcasted here in Australia.
They sold America out to the elites.
We're all poor down here, so I don't know what that's about.
I mean, when you look deeper into Antifa, Black Lives Matter, go ahead.
How did I find that website? I've been interested in the Middle East for a little bit. That pops up on the websites and stuff, on the YouTube channels and stuff.
How did you find this channel?
How did I find this?
There's the other person from Australia. His name is Sunray. He comes on, and I don't know if you're subscribed to his channel or not, but his name is Sunray.
I found this channel. I searched up the word hippie on YouTube, and your video was the third thing that came up.
Hey, that's what's up. I'm glad you're here, man. That's awesome. And I'm glad you came with some awesome information, man. Everyone here loves information, so that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that you're here, man. We love our Australian brethren as well. I have a fair amount of Australian friends in different places in Australia. Most of them are from New South Wales.
They're pretty chill.
I'll tell you on where almost born in Australia.
What do you mean almost?
Right. Like I guess you could say, you heard of premature births?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but thankfully that was avoided.
Yeah.
What
that
about
would suck. You'd have to be Australian.
What about the coral reefs down there since Fukushima? Is that I tried asking